Would also request my faculty to please settle down now. We'll start. So, good morning to one and all. As the organizing secretary of this two-day international conference on social and political institutions, human rights and global justice, perspectives from India and Europe, I welcome you all to the inaugural ceremony today. We will begin the day by invoking the blessings of the goddess of knowledge with a soulful rendition of the Saraswati Vandana by Miss Anjali Bose. Namaste. सूर्यकोटि तुषार हार धवलार या शुभ्रवस्त्रपिता या वीणा दडमण्डतन्त्रिकतरा या श्वेतपद्मासना या ब्रह्मच्युत शङ्कर प्रभृतिभिः देवैः सदा वन्दिता स मां पातु सरस्वती भगवते निःशेषजाड्यापहा ओम धन्यवाद. Thank you, Anjali. I would now request all the dignitaries on the stage, please, to step forward for the lamp lighting. Thank you. I would now request our Honorable HOI Ma'am, Nirupma Prakash Ma'am, to please felicitate Professor Maitri Chaudhary. You can take it from ma'am later. We'll back with it. I would now request ma'am to please felicitate Sheetal ma'am. Next. I would now request ma'am to please felicitate Bhoop Singh sir. I would now request Shruti ma'am to please felicitate HOI ma'am. Thank you ma'am. Thank you. Now HOI ma'am to please felicitate Shruti ma'am. Thank you ma'am. Without further ado, I would like to introduce our very beloved HOI ma'am, Professor Dr. Nirupma Prakash, the Director, Amity Institute of Social Sciences. Ma'am is a sociologist par excellence. Prior to joining Amity University, she has been a professor of sociology and the head Department of Humanities and Social Sciences and the coordinator Center for Women's Studies at JP University of Information and Technology, Solan, Himachal Pradesh. Ma'am has served BITS Pilani as Chief Women's Studies and Societal Development Unit. She's the founder director of the UGC Center for Women's Studies. She was the head Department of Humanistic Studies and the coordinator of the MPhil program in Hospital and Health Systems Management. Ma'am has taught at the Department of Sociology and Center for International Health, George Washington University, the Department of Global Gender Studies, University at Buffalo, and at University of Maryland at College Park, USA. Ma'am has undertaken postdoctoral work in medical sociology at Hartshill Medical Institute, Stoke-on-Trent, UK. Ma'am has been invited as a scholar, consultant, guest speaker, and visiting faculty. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Sanjana. So very warm welcome to one and all. Honorable Vice Chancellor Madam will be joining soon. So I'm greeting ma'am and then all the distinguished guests on the dais, delegates, heads of institution, faculty and students. With the blessings of Honorable Founder President Sir Dr. Ashok K. Chauhan, our very dynamic Chancellor, Dr. Atul Chauhan, and with the valuable guidance of Honorable Vice Chancellor, Amity University, Uttar Pradesh, Professor Dr. Balwinder Shukla, Amity Institute of Social Sciences, in collaboration with Jean Monnet Project of Erasmus Mundus, Thematic Group 03 of the International Sociological Association, Research Committee 21 of the Indian Sociological Society, has organized this conference on the International Conference on Social and Political Institutions, Human Rights and Global Justice. Perspectives from India and Europe during 9th and 10th October 2023. It is my proud privilege with immense pleasure to welcome all the distinguished guests, delegates, faculty and students to this conference. Over the next 2 days, we will witness deliberations on the social and political institutions in India and Europe, focusing on their structure, functions, and mechanisms to promote human rights and social justice. An effort will be made by the paper presenters to analyze the role of human rights framework in shaping policy and legislative measures in both the regions. There will be sessions that will assess the challenge faced by India and Europe in upholding human rights and ensuring global justice. Thematic sessions will include sustainable development goals, public and community health, human rights framework, challenges and opportunities, best practices, lessons learned, media innovation and socio-cultural dissent, social and political institutions. Apart from technical sessions, an interesting symposium has also been planned on human rights in the 21st century, a socio-political analysis. Participants will also seek to identify all the best practices and lessons learned from each other in promoting social equality, human rights, and global justice. We aim to gain a broader perspective, emphasizing the interconnection of social and environmental economic factors in shaping the overall well-being of individuals and communities in India, Europe, and the world beyond that. I'm sure the deliberations will lead to interesting insights on these issues of national and international relevance. My congratulations to the joint conveners, Dr. Shruti Singh from Amity Institute of Social Sciences, Dr. Bhoop Singh from the International Sociological Association, Dr. Sheetal Sharma from Jean Monnet Erasmus Project, JNU. Special mention to the organizing secretary, Dr. Sanjana Sharma from AISS, dedicated organizing committee, student volunteers, AISS faculty and staff for organizing this mega event. Once again, a very warm welcome to one and all. And before I leave, dear students, you are all mostly from various programs of AISS. During this inaugural, you will be getting, and even when you have time, you don't have classes, then you can join again, and also in the validity tomorrow. So it relates to your programs, whether it is sociology, social work, or political science, or geopolitical, socio-political, geography, all of you that you are here, historical issues. So that will be of relevance to you. So capture as much as you can from our experts. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for those truly encouraging words. I would now request Professor Dr. Bhup Singh Gaur to speak, but I would just like 2 minutes to introduce you, sir. Thank you. So, Professor Bhup Singh Gaur is a JNU alumni. Sir is the head of sociology, the DGC Gurugram, Haryana. He's the former president of the NWISA and the first charter member. Sir is the convener RC21, that is Political Sociology of the Indian Sociological Society, the editor of the newsletter. Sir was elected as the vice president of the thematic group 3, Human Rights and Global Justice, at the International Sociological Association. Sir has organized more than 30 international and national conferences, workshops, World Forum of Sociology, World Women Congress, and has been invited as a keynote speaker, valedictory address speaker, for the presidential address, plenary and guest lectures. Sir has also published numerous books on sociology of law, political sociology, etc. There are 2 more in the process. And his areas of research are political sociology, gender justice, sociology of law, Dalit studies, and media studies. So please address the audience, sir.
Good morning, Suprabhat. Suprabhat. So, good morning and Suprabhat to all dignitaries who are sitting on the dais. And I extend my gratitude to this institution and worthy Vice Chancellor who has patronized this conference, and the Professor S. Sonwani, Professor Nirumba Prakash, ma'am, and especially the Professor Sheetal Sharma, Gene Model Project, and Professor Shruti Singh, who make it happen, and Sanjana. See, when we got this idea to have this conference, because you know the situation all over the world about socio-political institution and human rights scenario, and the rising authoritarianism is a challenge. So that's why we plan to have this conference. So you know that social and political institutions have been being the cradle of thought and perception since ancient times. From formulating social norms to governing body, they have played a crucial role in transforming whatever primitive hunting and gathering society to present day knowledge and information society that is known as a civilized society, aware society, and nowadays we are calling knowledge and information society. And when you talk about the political system or political institution, what kind of political system you were having at that time? That was, you can say, the tribal kinship system was there at that time. And from that kinship system that was hereditary to modernized democratic setup in which each and every human being has equal access to each and every rights which is essential for their realization of full potentials. So, democratization which represent all the human beings. And you know, when we talk about the human rights is an integral part of human life, to realize their full potentials. And I am agree with Professor Amrita Sen's statement, what he said about democracy, that democracy as a manifold through liberation and ballot box. It is a Western construct, while democracy is expressed through public reason, quote unquote, is truly universal. Why is said that public reason, where public conscience and his authority to reason and question the very structure which is violating his or her own rights. So it is a proven fact that democracy and human rights are is an integral part of their own self and complementary to each other. Present day, you see the rising authoritarianism, emergence of hegemonic power structure become a threat to democratic institutions. State as an agent is supposed to play a crucial role in realization of democratic value and human right. And it's thought to be a welfare state earlier on. But due to LPG and other powers, now a state is retreating from welfare to, you can say, the modern day state, which is pro-capitalist states. And present day, you are seeing all over the world that authoritarian leaders with mask with democratic values, is masked with democratic value and pioneered less violent, more covert and more effective method of monopolizing power. They have cultivated image of competency. They are saying that we are competent. No one is compared to us, and concealed and used democratic institution. They have used democratic institution to undermine the democratic set or democratic value and institutions, while increasing their engagement with international associations. They are using this power to nurture their own image, whether it is in India, whether it is in Europe. They are undermining. That's why in present scenario, this conference and this topic is very much relevant, and we thought to have this conference. So I am also grateful to my TG3, that is thematic group, Human Rights and Global Justice, International Sociological Association, and RC21 Political Sociology, Indian Sociological Society, to have this theme, and they had recommended to us to be part of this conference. I thanks, and we hope that human value and human right will prevail, and whatever society we are thinking that we will be a global leader and global power, but first they have to ensure the human being as a human being with equal value. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for that address. Now, I would now like to introduce Dr. Sheetal Sharma to the audience. Dr. Sheetal Sharma is a faculty at the Center for European Studies, School of International Studies, Jawaharlal Nehru University. Ma'am has received the JNU Research Excellence Award for Outstanding Contribution and Excellence in the field of Social Sciences and Humanities in the Young Scholars category for the year 2018-19. She has been selected for the prestigious European Union Visitors Program in 2020. Ma'am has been awarded a number of projects and financial grants funded under the framework of the Erasmus program of the European Union, and has been a part of a number of international projects as a project investigator from India. Ma'am is a course coordinator for MOOCs courses of sociology and a subject matter expert on the subject of sociology for school education offered by the National Council of Educational Research and Training through the SWAYAM platform. Ma'am has also completed the video lecture series in sociology and has published more than a dozen books and 100+ articles, chapters, and commentaries. Ma'am writes regularly on socially relevant issues in India and Europe and is also a widely invited discussant on a number of programs on radio and TV. I would request Sheetal ma'am to please address the audience and brief them about the conference.
Good morning, everyone. Namaskar to all of you and a very warm welcome in the conference titled as Social and Political Institutions, Human Rights and Global Justice, Perspectives from India and Europe. I have appeared so many times here at MAT and I no longer consider myself to be a guest. I am part of your family, number one. Number two, आज मेरा actual इम्तिहान है. And you might be surprised कि मैं यहाँ खड़े होके ये क्यों बोल रही हूँ कि आज मेरा actual इम्तिहान है. And this has got something to do with Maitri ma'am. Ma'am, I have spoken all over the world, trust me, honestly. But today is the first time I am speaking in front of my teacher. So this is actually मेरा इम्तिहान है that how am I going to reflect something that they have taught me. And I begin by giving you a pranam, ma'am. Yes. Now, first thing, which is the formal aspect of this conference, is that we are organizing it along with Professor Bhoop this side, Nirupama ma'am this side, Shruti this side. And this is a trinity which has come together to organize this international conference in a hybrid mode. Now, what is very interesting about this is that it talks about India and Europe. Two regions, two entities, quite diverse from each other, but quite similar in many respects. Now, I'll reflect upon social and political institutions, human rights, and global justice. These two words, which have been very routinely written here, human rights and global justice, are not as simple as they are written on the placards or on your paper sheet. They are very intense, they are value-laden, they are very qualitative in nature, they are substantive in nature, and in fact, you can say they pertain to every aspect of our life. And then we have social and political institutions and India and Europe. How do we venture all these? How do we connect all these vantage points together towards one idea? I introduce that to you. Now, from a sociological perspective, we talk about certain fundamental values, certain universal values, which have been civilizational values, and they have been there throughout. We do not know the time, one point in the history or in any era that this started this time. So there is no date to pinpoint when it all start, but it is for sure that some of these values, such as freedom, liberty, equality, dignity, justice, all these things have been there, but they were discreetly located, practiced in different regions, different countries, different civilizations, or for that matter, even small communities or societies. Now what? We as a sociologist tend to study that there was a turning point in Europe. And why I bring Europe again and again, because I belong to Center for European Studies, so I have to do justice to the Europeans also, because they are also funding this project. So at one point of time in history, which is also called as a turning point. And what did happen at that point of time? There were a couple of revolutions. Number one, a philosophical revolution that we see as enlightenment. Another one was an economic revolution, that was industrial revolution. The third significant one was the political revolution, which was French Revolution. And the sum total of all this, iska juice nikalne, so this was the social revolution, which was in the form of, you can say, migration of people, urbanization, all these things. So all the four pillars of society, philosophy, economy, social, and political, there was a churning. It did not happen, peacefully. These were revolutions, and that is why there was a lot of bloodshed. But the sum total of this was that the old traditional structures, which were prevailing for a long period of time, were replaced by new structures. And one structure was such, which is called as democracy. We haven't used the term democracy here, but then it invariably comes into the debate when we talk of rights, when we talk of justice, when we talk of political systems and social systems. Now, democracy did what? Aapne routine definitions, you might have heard of democracy. This defines democracy as like this. We defines democracy as like this. But democracy, what did it do? It replaced the traditional structures in such a way that never ever we went back to the kind of social structure, social inequality, the social configurations that were existing prior to the advent of modern form of democracy. You may contest, ma'am, democracy to India में भी थी. Democracy Greece से हम पढ़ते आ रहे हैं. But the difference in the formal aspect of democracy, which was established as a form of political system world over, globally, and in large parts of the world. Now, that's one subject to study. But one interesting thing from the philosophical perspective, I would say, democracy did what? Democracy ushered in an era of objectivity. And what is that objectivity? Say, for instance, if I ask you, I take you back 400 years, European society prior to French Revolution, monarchy is the form of political system, monarchy is the form of governance. And what is monarch? Monarch is a person who is there, and then he has a number of subjects. So if I ask you to think about a king, immediately an image comes to your mind. Depending upon wherever you belong to, you think about a king. And Abibi, you can visualize this. I say king, a tribal king, a modern king, or a monarch, something strikes your mind. And if I say subject, once again, there is something, an image comes to your mind, which is like a timid person who is subjected, who is subordinate to the system and all that. But when democracy came in, when people revolted in France, particularly, I'm talking time and again about French Revolution, they replaced this traditional system with something called as democratic system, which were based on altogether a different template. And what did it do? It replaced king with the state. And if I ask you to imagine a state, is there a picture that comes to your mind? It's difficult. It's difficult because you can imagine a map, you can imagine a chair, you can imagine a parliament, but there's nothing as crisp, as clear, something which is rooted in the subjective or cultural, social moorings of a particular given region or a society. So the king was replaced by the state and the subject was replaced by the citizen. And when I say citizen, there's no particular image in your mind. That's the beauty of objectivity, philosophical revolution, that they could undo every socio-cultural affiliation that was part of it. So what did happen? Who will rule? Why will he rule? For how long will he rule? How will he come into power? How will his power be restrained? Constitutionalism, all those things came into existence, and the whims and the fancy of monarch who was ruling on his own volition, they were replaced by something which was called as constitutional. Or jab constitutional aa gaya, so what? Everything gets defined. And the beautiful part of this was that, ma'am, you taught us in modernity when Talcott Parson talks about, one set of pattern variables get shifted by another one. And one thing which immediately comes to my mind, which is very relevant here, is that ascription was replaced by achievement. And with ascription, all your privileges, all your positions, they are undone, and you now fight for it, you compete for it. If you are in a bureaucratic institutional setup, you do all these things, you occupy a position on the basis of your competency, on the basis of your eligibility. So ascription is replaced by achievement. And when we talk of achievement, I'm not talking about my community, I'm talking about the individual. I'm here not because of my community, I'm here because of my individuality. And this is where, when individual replaces the community, his rights and justice becomes very important. And why justice? It's not about the cake. It's about how the cake is cut. That is what is very important. That is what is justice. Aap aadha sara ek kha jaye and rest of the community is going to divide the half. You don't do anything for somebody. But if you do something for someone, and the person has a feeling of relative deprivation, that is something detrimental to the progress of your society. So what do you ensure? It's not about your rights or duties. It's not about your right to live. It's not about your right to education, health, all other kind of fundamental rights or other set of rights. It's about the feeling of justice, which is the substantial aspect of it. We often talk in social sciences about difference between theory and practice. In theory, you may offer people 30% reservation or 50% reservation or equality of rights and all these things, until that gets settled in your psyche first and then in your society, the subtle forms of discrimination will continue to happen. And the role of academia, the role of research, the role of most of you are future generation, almost only few professors are there, and even the professors sitting out there are quite young, and I call all of you as future generation. Now, what is the task of your generation is to understand that when we talk about these concepts, they are very mota, heavy concepts, and we think ये तो सब library में रखा है, Rawls ने इसके बारे में बोला है, justice के बारे में बोल दिया, and all these things have mug up, clear my exam entrance, have a PhD and all. No. The goodness of social sciences is that it is not just about becoming a researcher, writing a PhD. A good social scientist is also a very good human being. And ultimately, Corona and all these things, where people say they have taught us too much, although we have forgotten all the lessons from that era also. So when we say that when you are a researcher, you are a good human being, and when you are a good human being, you are a good researcher. So इसका vicious circle क्या complete होता है? कि ultimately, we are contributing towards nation building, towards society building, which is where everybody enjoys his rights, everybody feels justice. There are no scope for marginalization, discrimination of people on the name of any socio-cultural affiliation, caste, community, race, language, region, religion, whatever. And then assuming a society which is based on the principles of equality. Principles of equality, principles of equity also, it's the input-output ratio. But ultimately, what we do here, what we deliberate, what we discuss, what we argue, what we debate, is that how to create a world which is worth living. We can also talk about environmental justice, climate justice, and there are various theories of it. But the sum total, because the time does not permit me to go into details of all these things. But what is very important is that as a researcher, there are a couple of variables, but there are a couple of concepts that you use in the title. How do I relate those concepts in a particular time and space? And what kind of correlation comes out of these concepts is very important. And this is what I hope in the next 2 days, people will deliberate upon these topics. They will discuss, and I'm sure at the end of the 2 days, there will be something which will generate not just heat, but light in the sense of understanding these big concepts in India and Europe. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am, for that truly enlightening address. And I'm sure Maitri ma'am will share her opinion as your teacher with all of us. Ma'am will. Now, I would. Now, moving forward, I would now like to introduce Professor Maitri Chaudhary to the audience. Though, as Sheetal ma'am has just pointed out, ma'am really needs no introduction in the field of sociology. So, Professor Dr. Maitri Chaudhary has been a professor at the Center for the Study of Social Systems, Jawaharlal Nehru University, for over 3 decades. She has written widely on feminism, media, academia, and pedagogy. Her key publications include Women's Movement in India, Reform and Revival, The Practice of Sociology, Feminism in India, and Sociology in India, Intellectual and Institutional Trends. Her most recent books are Refashioning India, Gender, Media, and Public Discourse, and Doing Theory. Ma'am's research interests then essentially have been on the making of public discourse in modern India. And she continues to be contributing to sociological knowledge creation through her writing and invited lectures all over the world. In her own words, ma'am has said, as a teacher, it is her wish to explore the challenges and possibilities of communication to promote understanding and fraternity. And to ensure that, ma'am has decided to connect further within academia scholarship. And she, along with her students, has initiated a blog on sociology called Doing Sociology for accessible but informed discussions. And she has been giving lectures on YouTube to bridge the gap between academic knowledge and the wider public. So I would like to invite you, ma'am, to address the gathering.
The respected dignitaries, and at the outset, I would like to convey my thanks to the organizers of the seminar for inviting me here, because if nobody invites you, you don't have the possibility of addressing young scholars, students, faculty. It is a pleasure that I could now meet Dr. Nirupama Prakash, because we hadn't met earlier. And when I was listening to Sheetal and Bhoop, I was thinking, was I such a frightening teacher Because if it was a question of imtihan, you all have you sort of passed with flying grades. And I was so happy because, when I saw the topic, I realized that there's been a lot of thought which went behind the topic. And as a sociologist, sharing space with other sociologists, what is very important for us are contexts. So when we talk about democracy, or when we talk about human rights, or when we talk about liberty, equality, freedom, we do not talk in the abstract. And what was interesting in all the presentations before me is every one of them referred to the specificity of the modern period. Because very often when we talk to each other, or when we talk in normal conversations, we often make statements which don't seem to have any historical context. Supposing, for example, you say, there's so much oppression against women, or there's so much oppression against marginalized communities, people will say, ye to har vakti the, always, it was always there. It was always there. And I have a terrible problem with the always. Because the always is not always. Things change. Say, when I was a young student in college or university, we didn't have so many young women faculty. It was predominantly male. In the university, it was predominantly male. Things change. We still do, but there is a shift in the representation of different sections of society, whether in the academia, whether in state power, whether in the bureaucracy. So things change. And the specificity of context, therefore, become very, very important. So the first point of a sociological context is perspective is context. So when Sheetal said there was the French Revolution, the political event, there was the Enlightenment, there is the idea of rationality and the right to question. The right to question is a very democratic right. The whole idea that you can question your teacher, you can question your elders is a democratic right. But that right is not easily gained, because there's always a lot of resistance. They will say, kuch zyada hi bolne lage, or why should you speak to your teacher? So I remember even as a young academic, when I was young, gray hair gives you authority, right? Which is also unequal in a certain sense. So people will say, why question her? She's so old. That is ascribed authority. Whereas you should be able to ask questions, and that is democratic. That is democratic. Just like when Bhoop said in the olden area, when you had descent and loyalty by kinship, biradri, that I belong to so and so place. That is my identity. This is my family. That is my identity. And whereas the identity today is the individual. Who am I? What do I do? And that identity as an individual is uncircumscribed or undefined by your caste, community, religion. So the idea of human rights is universal. The idea that all of us are born equal. All of us, and a lot of people often criticize and say that people are not born equal. And how can you say people are born equal? Or they would say, for example, why are you asking for specific rights when democratic rights are universal? Why are you asking for reservation or affirmative action? Why, as a woman, are you asking for women's reservation if all are equal? Now, when we say all are equal, all have the rights to equal access, or all have human rights, we are not saying all are born equal in the sense that we have equal opportunities. We do not have equal opportunities. We are born as equal individuals. So like the old Hindi films, if somebody kidnaps you and you grow up from a poor family to a rich family, the circumstances alter your opportunities. So when we talk of human rights, so when we talk about democratic rights or equality, we're talking about equal opportunities. Not that we are necessarily all equal in our physical, mental, emotional capability. There's a fundamental distinction. It's often twisted to critique the demand for equal rights. Now, the theme of the seminar, as I already mentioned, has a certain attention to context, and I've told you historical specificities. And in a country like India, we've had a tension, or we've had a contradiction between the state rights, the constitutional rights, which was about equality. If you are familiar with history, you would know 1938, we had the Karachi Resolution passed by the Indian National Congress, which talks about equality irrespective of caste, creed, gender, race. That is a long way, 1931 Karachi Resolution. It's a long way back. If you talk about Raja Ram Mohan Roy, who was supposed to be the sort of first modern Indian, he actually wrote also about a book called Liberal Constitutionalism. So when, you all were talking about Europe and the non-Europe, very often people will ask, why are we talking about the West? We are here. वो तो बहुत दूर है, क्या connection है? But connection है. Connection इसलिए है because modernity was global. Colonialism was global. When the West became modern, they colonized us. The fact that I'm speaking in English today to you, we're discussing human rights, we were already part of the modern process, but through colonial rule, which was very oppressive. So if you look at the 19th century writings, whether it was Phule, whether it was Veerasilingam, all of them talk about rights. The language of rights was already part of a modern constitution, a modern sensibilities. Bacon was discussed by Ranade. They were part of our modern Indian context. So the comparative perspective is important, historical contexts are important, and the linkages are very, very important, to understand the relationship between the global West and us. Now, I like to talk because a lot of my work has been on gender. This is an area I'm most familiar with, and half the population are women. So human rights have to be necessarily also about women. And if I would like to bring in from what the earlier speakers have talked in, there is a kind of contested relationship between the individual as an independent entity and the structures of religion, community, caste, ethnicity, tribe. There's always this tension. And if you look historically in our country, you will find this tension always be between community assertions and the right to be equal, or the right to have equal human rights. Let's take the first example in our country, which was the sati. And all of you are familiar to go back to the long history of the struggle for human rights. Are you familiar which date was sati abolished in our country? Anybody has a date? It's a long way back, 1829. That's a very, very long way back, right? And before that, there was a public campaign to, protest against sati. So we have a long history. When people say this is not our culture, well, this is our culture, a culture of interrogation. So when Sati, Raja Ram Mohan Roy, Bengal, upper caste in Bengal, did have a practice of sati, and he was personally very traumatized because his own bhabi was burned to death. And he took up this campaign. And when he built this Brahmo Samaj, who was supposed to fight against sati, you had very interesting, whenever there's a fight for democratic rights, there will be resistance. If any of you are sociologists here, you know Durkheim's social pact, there is resistance and there is sanctions. So when he set up Brahmo Samaj, you had the orthodoxy, the Brahmin orthodoxy setting up Dharma Sabha. And they went to the colonial state and we say, look, we have no problem with your rule. We are fine with British colonialism, but don't listen to these people because they have no roots in their culture. They have no roots in their tradition, which was reference to the anti-sati process. Now, if you look historically, whenever there is a fight for democratic rights, you will have this tension. And nothing can be more a violation of human rights than sati. You're killing somebody, right? But these things don't go easily. 1829 it was abolished. 1985, there was sati, Deorala sati, and there were people defending it. Okay. Shortly again, conflict between community defending patriarchy, saying ye hamari culture hai, and the question of human rights, because I see feminist rights as human rights movement. And you had shortly after the Shabanu case, again, a conflict between community rights as well as gender rights. That tension continues always, a tension between assertion of the community who feel they should control their women and they see women as emblems of culture. This happened with child marriage. If you look back historically, even today, child marriage is a problem. And in the Age of Consent Bill, which was in the 1860s, the whole Indian public discourse was divided because there was this young girl who got married before her puberty, and she actually died bleeding because it was consummated before as a child. And there was this huge uproar in society, which is again our history and a tradition. And people said, look, the Age of Consent Bill was brought in. Again, society was divided, saying, look, the state can't intervene in our cultural practices. This is our culture and you don't intervene. So when I say historical and when I say comparative, you must look into this. Now, does it mean that in the West, they never had these tensions? That in Europe, it never happened? Well, it did. For example, witches were burned to death. Witches were burned to death saying they are witches, okay? And most of them would be women. And most of the witches would be protesting against set conventions of society. So there was a movement there too, where you said this cannot be done. The community can't take over and decide who to punish and who not to punish. It's a long, long protest. But the fact that we have institutional provisions now, whether it's the Constitution, whether it's the judiciary, or whether you have the Universal Human Rights Declaration or the international institutions for human rights, they give you certain power. And a lot of people will say, law se kya hoga, kya fayda hai, But the issue is, law is an instrument. It will not resolve your problems. But law is an instrument through which you can say, look, can I fight for this? Can I protest against this? So I think these kind of issues have to be looked in.
Please welcome Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Dr. Rajinder Shukla.
Yeah, please continue.
Yeah, this is a pleasure, Madam Vice Chancellor. We were just talking about gender rights, and it gives me great pleasure to see this predominantly women panel over here, including the head of the institutions. And remember, this didn't happen on its own. It didn't happen automatically. There were efforts made by the state, there were efforts made by international institutions, movements, and conventions for this to happen. So when we talk about the state and the citizen, we are talking about a modern society. When we talk about international institutions and human rights, we're talking about a modern society where each of us, unencumbered individual, me as well as you, irrespective of my age, irrespective of any hierarchies, we have equal access and equal rights. And human rights, remember, and I think that's what Sheetal mentioned, is not something that you talk about in your book or you answer in your question paper. It's something which defines you. So if I get arrested, and then I hope a lot of people will say it's a violation of human rights, it's an actual instrument which can be invoked to protect our rights. And very often we will feel that, look, why should I have done no wrong? So why should I be anyway arrested? But the issue is, who decides what you've done right or wrong? There are institutions, and that's why social, political institutions and the global justice perspective is so important. You have a world which would try to invoke these in order to guarantee the greatest freedom. But as Bhoop has mentioned, there has been increasing assertion of authoritarian regimes, which would say rights itself is a problem and duties is the right way, So Kartavya should precede the question of haq. But the question is over here, it's a dialectical relationship, and it is up to us, up to young people like you and my students who are not so young anymore. And that's the most wonderful part of being a teacher, that you teach and they teach in turn, and you have a certain contribution. Because this is something which is also raised. कि what is the role of social sciences? आप लोग तो बोलते हैं, भाषण देते हैं, चले जाते हैं. भाषण तो देते हैं, but we train generations, and you will train generations. And that generations will become journalists, academics, vice chancellors, political leaders, activists, critics, judges. So I think it's important, the value of liberal education. And again, once again, thank you very much for inviting me. And I'm very, very grateful. And I look forward to interacting with you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Maitri ma'am, for that very, very encouraging, enlightening address. Now, I would like to first ask our HOI ma'am to please felicitate the Honorable Vice Chancellor, Madam. Please. Now, we are truly honored to have been joined by Honorable Vice Chancellor Ma'am, Professor Dr. Balwinder Shukla, Vice Chancellor, Amity University, Uttar Pradesh. Ma'am, in terms of academic experience, is an MTech from IIT Kharagpur and a PhD from Queen's University, UK. Ma'am has more than 3 decades of rich scholarly experience, including experience in the industry, the academia, research, and administration. Ma'am is the Professor of Entrepreneurship, Leadership in IT and Vice Chancellor, Amity University, Uttar Pradesh. Prior to this, ma'am has held numerous positions during her 30+ years career. With a strategic mindset and creative thinking ability, ma'am has been one of the key team members, spearheading and instrumental in the exponential growth of Amity Group engaged in higher education. She is a visionary leader and has a unique framework of working, within which she has also facilitated the introduction of the Flexi framework, which includes Flexi choice-based courses, outcome-based education and Education 4.0, and also Industry 5.0. Ma'am has also been instrumental in aligning the learning outcomes and operational outcomes with strategic plans of the university. Ma'am has truly been a visionary, inspirational leader. She has been one of the front runners in achieving various rankings and accreditations of Amity University. At the same time, ma'am is a great researcher and academician and has authored numerous books, developed unique models, namely Accelerator Model for Promoting and Ensuring Incubator Excellence and IT-enabled Strategic Operational Excellence Model for Higher Education Institutions. Ma'am has also been on the advisory board as well as independent director on board of companies, National Institute of Immunology, Ministry of Science and Technology, Government of India, Khadi Design Council of India, and various NGOs. Ma'am has also been the recipient of various prestigious awards and honors, such as Distinguished Academician and Outstanding Administrator by Balkanji Bari International, India's oldest NGO founded in 1926, and the Bharatiya Manav Adhikar Samman 2012 for peace, harmony, protection, and promotion of human rights. Ma'am has been honored with numerous awards in the sphere of education, including the Outstanding Leader in Education and the Person of the Year Award, the Newsmakers Achievers Award. She's been a part of the 100 most influential directors of India and has been awarded by the World Education Congress. Now, I would, with great pleasure, invite Honorable Vice Chancellor Madam to please address the gathering. Thank you, ma'am.
Very good morning to all of you. Good morning, a very esteemed guest on the dais, in the audience, and very dear students. First of all, I, on behalf of Honorable Founder President, Honorable Chancellor, and all the deans and head of institution, on my personal behalf, extend very warm welcome to all our esteemed guests and all the participants for this very important international conference on social and political institutions, human rights, and global justice. Perspective from India and Europe for the 2 days this conference. Organizing such conferences are extremely important because changes and developments are happening so fast world over. And one of the major reasons for such changes and developments are there. The communication is very fast because of internet. The earlier you would get to know what developments are happening in the various parts, whether the political developments or the social developments or technological developments. But today you can see at the click of the button, what is happening in the other part of the world. And it's not that what happens in the one corner of the world will not impact the other part of the world. Take an example of the Russian-Ukraine war. Ukraine is the country which produces the highest the wheat. So you know that many countries which were dependent on Ukraine for the wheat, they're not able to get the wheat. How the prices of fuel are increasing because Russia is the very big producer and all kind of bans, though the Russia does not believe in those. Look at what has happened in the, Palestine, Israel and all. How it's impacting the everybody. So you take any part of this thing. Sometime when this kind of things happen, so people start talking about, is it going to be the beginning of the World War III? And we know that what happened in World War I and World War II, how many lives, cultures, economies were destroyed. So the one side is very good that we get to know what happens in one part of the world, but we also need to be prepared. Its influence, impact on other parts of the, especially, in our own country. So how the youth is well aware of one side, and this conference, I think, is very timely organized, and I want to thank the first Dr. Sheetal Sharma, the PI of Jane Monnet Erasmus Plus ACE projects, and just now we were sitting, and in those few minutes, I got to know that this is the 6th event she is organizing here at Amity University, because she's very close to Dr. Nirupama Prakash and to the faculty Shruti. And I think the word works on relationships. So building that kind of network, building that kind of relationship where you trust each other, that it will be the mutually beneficial, whatever we'll do together. And this also is the era of, developing the synergies, collaborations. And National Education Policy 2020 speaks about that only. How we utilize the resources for the bigger gains. I was in E2 auditorium because today the World Architecture Day celebration is going on. And I was sharing with the student, and I would like to share with all of you. The recently All India Council for Technical Education, UGC, organized a workshop for the the deans and faculty from across the country, where they emphasized on that the national qualifications framework, credit framework, and how the vocational education and the regular education, they can be the equivalences, and a student can move very easily from one mode of education to the another mode of education and can have the credit transfers. And equivalence is also given. This is not the new thing, but this equivalence was there in on paper for last, I would say, more than a decade. But no work was really, progress was done. But I'm so happy and that now that very aggressively these regulatory bodies are focusing on that. So there was one thing which was very, very attractive, was that giving that to developing the skills and competencies, the experiential learning is extremely important. So how do you get that experiential learning apart from your internship and the dissertation? That if you attend the conferences, because that also will give you the learning that what new developments are happening, attending the guest lectures, having the industry visits, so many things, to the extent that you can also earn the credits by attending and being participating in all those things. So MIT University is coming up with the detailed guidelines that if the students are in a semester attending so many number of guest lectures, have attained the stated learning objectives and also pass in the assessment, will get the credits and the certificate for that. So online system is being developed for that. Same way this conference, for example, at the moment the system is not there, but we are going to develop that. If students attend the conferences, it will be not at the moment the nomination, but that in future it will be the student have to choose on their own which conference they would like to attend, because they will be the given that these many credits you only have to earn from the conferences and the seminars and all those events or the inter-institution competitions, so that there will be a choice to a student. They have to choose from where they will earn those credits in each semester and choose and then achieve the stated learning outcomes and also score minimum. There will be also the grading system. How will you get the A plus or the C plus or the below C plus? That also will be stated. So maybe by that time you will be in your even semesters, you will get that formula and that policy of the university. So the learning is going to be now more of, that how you get to know what is development and how you're going to utilize that learning for your profession or for your line. And the focus is more on interdisciplinary research. That does not mean that you will attend the conferences only which are organized by your own institution, but you can go and attend the conferences of any other institution in the university, as well as you can participate in inter-institution competitions, as many as you wish. But results counts, result matters. So what result, what achievement you bring. So those kind of the things are, so this conference, when I'm looking at, this is not only, going to focus on the relationship between the social and political institution or the human rights or the global justice, and through the lens of India and Europe, but its impact also the worldwide. And because the kind of the scenario we are going through, as I shared in the beginning, that the war between different parts of the world, which is bringing the impact, adverse impact on the societies, as well as that the UN Sustainable Development Goals. When you look at how we are taking care of those Sustainable Development Goals and how we need to prepare and to look at those issues which are social equality or the human rights, and at the same time looking at the through the unique cultural, historical, and landscape. And also there are, because a lot of challenges are there, and when we are having the different diversity. If you look at the demography of Europe in last 5 to 10 years has substantially changed. And we have seen that the recently in France, the kind of the all of a sudden the scenario was emerged, because that also show the tolerance is not there anymore. And how that we bring the more tolerant society, and but at the same time, how do we really bring the justice to those who where the injustice has been done? And so therefore this conference is extremely important to understand, because when something happens, it directly impacts also on the economies of the various nations, because there's so much international trades are in between the different countries, and then there the alignment of the countries are also with the other countries. And therefore today we are not in an isolated world, but we are more connected, interconnected world. And therefore my advice to all the students who are present, don't only listen to, but try to ponder on it. Think about it. Because you are going to be the future leaders, future historians, future politicians, future social workers, the leaders and all. How are you going to address those issues, the challenges, the problem which is going to be faced by the countries and societies? How well you are prepared for that is extremely important. So I would like to once again thank Professor Chaudhary for her wonderful address. I would like to especially thank Dr. Sheetal Sharma. And Dr. Sheetal, I really expect, now you have come to Amity so many times, you're working together. We, as our Honorable Founder President always says that if you have visited the Amity, you become the Amitian, and once Amitian, forever Amitian. You have a JNU as your employer, but you have the heart with Amity also. So how we can work further together and see that we can bring the better initiative for the society, for the benefit of the society. I would like to thank all other guests, and I would like to thank Professor Anand, Dr. Anand Kumarji. Would like to thank Dr. Arvinder and Sai. Some have already come, some will be coming during the daytime. But in advance, I'm thanking everybody. And I want to especially thank Dr. Nirupama Prakash and Dr. Shruti Singh for organizing this conference. But my congratulations to all the students that you have got this such a wonderful opportunity for your learning. It's entirely up to you what you make out of this conference. Some will be out of all of you, some will be mentally present here, some will be mentally present in their WhatsApp. I can see the number of you are still busy with their WhatsApp, and please remember this time is extremely important. WhatsApp is nothing, something, very urgent that you are going to lose or something. Because if something you are going to lose, then you have to be out from this mode code. You don't have to be here. If some emergency has come, otherwise, please put your mobiles in your bags and take out the notebooks and start noting down the what important points are. You will not get those in any books or anywhere. You can get only from those experts who have researched intensively. Otherwise, Erasmus Mundus will not be giving the funding to Sheetal, okay, you do this research. It's a lot of hard work of the PI, and the team is there. So therefore, put your mobile in your pocket, in your bag, and take out your notebooks and take the notes. Dr. Prakash, I would request you make a quiz out of this conference. And Dr. Sheetal, I request please see that all these, Dr. Nirupama, you will be taking the attendance of all the students. Administer that quiz to all these students. Only those students who will pass in that quiz will get the participation certificate of this conference, otherwise you will not get the certificate. So with this, once again, wish you all the best, great learning. And once again, thanks to our esteemed guests.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for that very enlightening, encouraging, and thought-provoking address. Now, I would like to please ask all of the dignitaries on the stage to release the abstract book. Students are bringing the abstract book. Present it to Vice Chancellor, madam. I would also request the organizing committee to please step on the stage for the release of the abstract book, please. The members of the organizing committee also, please. Dr. Suraj, Dr. Bhargavi, Dr. Reva, Dr. Mayank, Dr. Nihal, and Dr. Avanish. Come here, come here. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. We now have the address by Professor Anand Kumar. I'll just request the IT person to step in and log into Zoom on this. Just request all the members of the audience to please display a little more patience. There is one more guest of ours who is going to join online, Professor Dr. Anand Kumar. So we're just getting him to join. Just 2 minutes of your time.
आनंद कुमार अच्छा है ही नहीं हाँ इसमें है ही नहीं वहाँ में नहीं इसमें
Attendees में देखो.
ये अटेंडेंस पोस्ट है ऑनलाइन वो जैसे हैं खुद ही कर लीजिए हाँ बाकी भी है नहीं किया होगा
Panelists में देखो.
नहीं इसमें नहीं
Sir को बोलो फिर से sir.
एकदम ये पोस्ट चलाते हैं
मॉडल ये आनंद कुमार सर को ज्वाइन करना तो लिंक तो उनको दे दिया आपने. हाँ जी प्लीज प्रमोट कर दीजिए. हाँ आ गए. हाँ हाँ ठीक है अभी इनका करा दीजिए फिर मैं ये आंसर हाँ बिल्कुल कर दीजिए. हाँ हाँ एक मिनट लिस्ट प्लीज है ना
हो गया वो कर देंगे अपना कर देंगे वो पोस्ट जो है ना
Now, good afternoon again, everyone. We are honored to have with us now Professor Dr. Anand Kumar. Sir is one of the most well-known sociologists in the country and abroad. He is presently Professor Emeritus, Gandhian School of Democracy and Socialism, ITM University, Gwalior, India. He is a former professor of sociology at the Center for the Study of Social Systems in Jawaharlal Nehru University. He's also served as the chairperson of the Center for the Study of Social Systems at JNU. Sir obtained his master's in sociology from Banaras Hindu University. He then went on to get an MPhil from the Jawaharlal Nehru University and then a PhD from the University of Chicago. Sir has more than 4 decades of teaching experience at JNU, BHU, Albert Ludwig University, Germany, and State University of New York. His long list of awards and honors includes Rotating Chair Professor, ICCR, Ford Foundation Short-Term Grant, UGC Fellowship for Research Visit to France, DAD Fellowship for Teaching. He's been the member of the National Committee for Dr. Ambedkar Centenary and the first prize at the Intercultural Learning Program, BMW Foundation, Munich. Sir has been a former president of the Indian Sociological Society. Sir specializes in political sociology, social thought, globalization, and media and communication. His articles in the national and international media are widely read by the academia and the public at large. His numerous articles and books have contributed widely to the creation of sociological knowledge, and he continues with his initiative to bring about social change even at present. Please address the gathering, sir.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sanjana. I'm very happy and honored to be included in this galaxy of scholars to discuss the dynamics of human society and human rights and social justice. What I want to do this afternoon is to underline the challenges before all of us as members of 21st century human society to create a culture of human rights. Human rights is an idea which has roots in various revolutions ranging from the French Revolution to Russian Revolution, Chinese Revolution, and Indian Revolution. It argues in favor of the primacy of citizens as sovereigns and the inalienability of some of the basic rights like right to speak, right to think, right to engage collectively. As you know, these rights are resisted by authoritarian systems, autocratic systems, feudal systems, and of course dictatorial systems. So there is some kind of interdependence between democratization and human rights. There is also need to know that human rights has a philosophical basis, but there is also a politics of human rights, economics of human rights, and of course sociology of human rights. If you look at the Indian case, which is nearer us, close to our understanding and consciousness, you have 7 frames within which human rights are incubated. And all these frames are relevant for promoting and enhancing human rights. 4 are well known: the legislature, the executive, the judiciary, and the media. But there are 3 others which have emerged in our recognition in the last 75 years since decolonization of Indian polity and society. And they are the opposition parties and other political parties, including the ruling party, the civil society organizations, and knowledge centers like universities, research institutes, and other think tanks. They 7 together create a defense mechanism, an incubatory system for introduction and institutionalization of human rights. We all know that power structure has to do with facilitation or obstruction of human rights. And in any society, you need an intersectional approach to understand the power structure, where race or caste, gender, education, class, ethnicity, they together create a framework, a setting for availability or denial of human rights. We also know that a state and market are 2 major promoters or obstructions in the growth of human rights culture. It is the police, the army, the bureaucracy who are in constant engagement with the citizens about facilitation of some of the basic rights which are part of the human rights agenda. And when it comes to state, there is a question of patriotism. Most of us confuse between government and state and nation. So when you are resisting any encroachment about human rights, it is easy to label such initiative as anti-government, anti-state, and sometimes anti-national. When you look at European situation, which has been the home of human rights movements, right from the famous slogans of equality, liberty, and fraternity, which was not a successful revolution, the French Revolution, but it made a permanent space in the consciousness of human family, led by Europeans to institutionalize human rights at any cost. It took a Hitler and a Mussolini and many others like Franco in Spain to recognize that the journey from non-human rights systems to human rights anchored systems is not an easy journey. It requires sacrifice. It requires dedication and vigilance. That's why today globally we know that freedom demands eternal vigilance. And freedom is the essence of human rights. So who will do the vigilance job? There are civil liberties groups and human rights groups which are not very popular with political parties, with the establishment, with media, and with middle classes. But they have to do a very unfriendly job of keeping us alert, vigilant, and active to promote a culture of human rights. In Europe, in recent times, there has been rise of majoritarianism because Europe is going through an economic crisis where there is problem of jobless growth, environmental pollution, and gap between migrants and the natives. So migration has become the litmus test for European societies. And most of the countries, including France and Germany, are tilting towards a conservative politics where minority rights, migrant rights are supposed to be a luxury. Look at the Syrian crisis, how Germans have responded. Earlier it was Algerian crisis. It was Sri Lankan crisis. It was Bangladesh crisis, where European countries came forward as protectors of the migrants and gave them opportunity to survive and grow together with their native population. But Europe is no more in that kind of benevolent mood. So that's a major problem for Europeans, how to deal with others. The problem of othering and the problem of others is a serious problem where the others belong to another religion and their civilization and their linguistic family. And Europe is trying to come to grips, but at the moment there is a conservative swing, a swing away from human rights, of particularly migrants. Earlier it was tested with women, in between people with different sexual orientations, LGBT movement, people who were worried about environment, biodiversity, but all this has gone behind the major challenge of migrants coming from Islamic countries and poorer parts of the world, particularly the south of the world, South Asia, Southern African countries, and Southern American countries. Now you come to India. India is already confronting 7 deficits, and these deficits are development deficit, which is so obvious when you compare the life situation in metropolitan India and rural India. Apart from development deficit, there is governance deficit, which is also known as corruption. Corruptibility is a pain for anybody, any society, but corruptibility becomes a major challenge for human rights culture. Then you have legitimacy problem. Most of the countries of the world have developed faith in legitimacy through election. But election system is getting polluted with 3 M's: money power, media power, and muscle power. India is no exception. And then you have, along with development deficit, governance deficit, legitimacy deficit, democracy deficit. Democracy is not a popular way of growing together, because democracy asks us to learn to live with differences. Nobody wants differences, particularly people who are established people who are ruling party, ruling elite, or ruling class. They will like to have a culture of silence or approval. And if you are not comfortable, if you are not approving, if you are a dissenter, you are treated very shabbily. More so in countries like India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, Afghanistan, Nepal, Sri Lanka, countries of South Asia. Then there are 3 more deficits which are challenging all the proponents of human rights, all supporters of human rights. The 5th deficit is citizenship deficit, because citizenship building is getting discounted. There is effort to build vote bank. There is effort to build identity groups around caste, language, religion, but very limited incentive to promoting universalistic citizenships. India is facing the same challenge. Apart from citizenship building, there is also a problem of nation building. We are a post-colonial society. Europeans have marked their territorial spaces with constitutional guarantees, international treaties, and they have developed so much of confidence that from the stage of nation building, now they have moved towards civilizational project. There is European Union with least attention to the national boundaries. Apart from the football matches, when there is problem of European Cup, the idea of nation is put on the back burner. Europe is moving together to face a variety of problems with coming together of Eastern Europe and Western Europe, Central Europe and Southern Europe. So the problem of nation building is more prominent in India compared to European countries. They had their share of nation building related pathology through 2 world wars, in the first 1914 to 18 and the Second World War 1939 to 45. Now they have promised that they will not go to war again, but they have not promised that they will not support war efforts in other parts of the world. So they make South Asia their playfield. From Afghanistan to India and Pakistan, they are enjoying the tensions and the conflicts, and there is no cultivation of peace building, because these countries are post-colonial countries and they are guided by the imperatives of nation building. And finally, ecological balance. We are so helpless, and there is great consensus that ecological crisis is crisis of the poor. Clean water, clean air, good living arrangements, they are all luxury for the poor. And this luxury is being treated with great indifference by the state apparatus. So there is some comparability between India and Europe today in terms of human rights agenda around migrants, minorities, cultural others. But there is some difference where the Indian case becomes very important concern for the global family. Now I want to add the last point, which has to do with sustainable development goals. If you look at the 16 sustainable development goals, which were adopted by the Committee of Nations in 2015, and which have to be achieved by 2030, we are already halfway. All of them have to do with the discourse of human rights. Freedom from poverty, freedom from illiteracy, freedom from hunger, freedom from gender violence, freedom from environmental pollution. These are on the higher side of the agenda of sustainable development goals, and they all have to do with human rights discourse. So, to conclude, the first duty is to congratulate all of you, my friend Bhop Singh, Sheetal, my dear colleague Maitreyi, Sanjana, and all of you who are putting your thoughts together about an item which is not a favorite theme of the governments of the day, which is not a desirable discourse for the privileged few, but which is essential for the human family. After congratulating you, I want to urge the research scholars that please pay attention to the challenges of building a human rights regime, a culture of human rights, with sustainable politics of human rights and economics of human rights and sociology of human rights. For that, you need institutional safeguards, not personality politics, not identity politics, but institutionalizing democracy, like autonomy of judiciary, fair play by the bureaucracy, and responsive legislative system, and of course, mirror-like media. I also suggest that the political parties of the day must realize that it is their agenda and duty to be committed to human rights discourse. Otherwise, the democracy will start decaying and there may be death of democracy if human rights are not protected and promoted. And same goes for the universities and colleges. They are the lighthouses. They are the non-partisan spaces of public sphere. If they don't pay attention to the growth and stability of human rights regimes, who will do it? And finally, the civil society organizations. You are the bottom line. A society will move towards democracy and flourish human rights systems if there is volunteerism, if there is civil society network. And that's where we have to be vigilant, we have to be knowledge oriented, we have to be fact oriented. I wish you great success and I'm looking forward to get your reports, papers in edited forms so that the knowledge gets circulated and many more people come forward like you and MIT University for partnership to understand the dynamics of human rights. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for those extremely enlightening words. And it is good that the audience here comprises of university students who should take back the message about how they can bring about change. They need to be more engaged. And I'm sure that is a learning that we have from your life in front of us. So we are extremely thankful to you, sir, for joining the session and addressing the gathering. Now, I would like to invite. Yes, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
Bye.
Bye, sir. Now, I would like to introduce to the audience Professor Dr. Shruti Singh before I invite ma'am to deliver the vote of thanks. Now, Professor Dr. Shruti Singh is at the Amity Institute of Social Sciences. Ma'am is an author, consultant, and researcher. She has received fellowship from ICSSR for postdoctoral research from Jawaharlal Nehru University. She has completed her PhD, MPhil, and Masters in Sociology from Jawaharlal Nehru University. And prior to that, she completed her graduation from Lady Shri Ram College, University of Delhi. Ma'am draws close to 2 decades of teaching and research experience. She has authored books, research papers in journals, and presented papers in both national and international conferences. She's been invited as speaker and has also chaired sessions in national and international conferences. She's a life member of the Indian Sociological Society. She's the convener of this conference. And I would like to invite ma'am to please deliver the vote of thanks to the dignitaries.
Thank you so much. Very warm welcome to all our respected, distinguished guests on the dais, faculty members, delegates, and my dear students. I would like to first start with, as mentioned in the morning by Dr. Sheetal, that, we stand here. This is with great humility because, all our professors are here on the dais, and it's a proud privilege to be with them today, and it's an honor for us students to be with them today. So, we, as Sheetal mentioned in the beginning of her session, and she talked about that it's a day of examination for us because here we are here with our professors. And we have learned so much from them, and it is through them and whatever we have learned that we are imparting to all of you students here. So that is why I would like to start with, and Professor, let me also count that Professor Dr. Bhoop Singh also mentioned the same thing about, we all of us are students and alumni of JNU. Dr. Sanjana too, let me add here. All right. So they all have mentioned, and that is why we stand here with great humility. We stand and Professor Anand Kumar and Professor Dr. Maitri ma'am has discussed diligently about the role and the importance and the significance of this conference. So I'll just reiterate a few points that has already been mentioned. And this international conference, as VC Madam also mentioned, that it has been, it's very timely and much required. And as she has pointed out to you all of you dear students, that, it is, you need to keep your mobile phones aside and focus on the discussions that are going to go there in the coming 2 days. And I will also mention to you, there has been slight change in the conference schedule because, we have just increased on an inaugural session. So our technical session is been overlapping. I'll mention about that later. But let me just give my concluding statement. So let me just say that the International Conference on Social and Political Institutions, Human Rights and Global Justice Perspectives from India and Europe, it delves into the intricate interplay between social and political institutions, human rights and global justice from both the perspectives of India and Europe. The focal point is comprehending how these regions address social equality, inclusivity, human rights protection and global justice amidst diverse cultural, historical and political contexts and social transformation, which was discussed here when we talked about the Ukraine war. And very recently, Israel has declared a state of war because of the Hamas. To gain a better understanding of social and political institutions, human rights and global justice in India and Europe, this conference integrates the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, and this framework aims to address global challenges and promote sustainable development by 2030. Including the Sustainable Development Goal helps align the study with international objectives and provides a lens to analyze the efforts made by India and Europe towards achieving these goals. This conference is a remarkable testament to the power of international collaboration and academic exchange. And why am I emphasizing on international collaboration? Because Amity Institute of Social Sciences, we have collaborated with Professor Dr. Bhoop Singh Gaur, who is the Vice President of Thematic Group 3 on Human Rights of International Sociological Association. At the same time, he's also the convener of Research Committee 20 on Political Sociology, Indian Sociological Society. And we have also collaborated with Dr. Sheetal, who is the principal investigator of the Jean Monnet Erasmus Plus program. So this conference is a remarkable testament to the international collaboration that Amity Institute of Social Sciences is holding with with our collaborators, and it is a forum for academic exchange. Over the course of these two days, we shall explore the intricate relationships between social and political institutions, human rights and global justice, with invaluable insights and perspectives from India and Europe. We shall delve into the complexities of these themes and the discourse by the diverse voices and viewpoints that shall be converging here in these 2 days of our conference. This gathering today morning has seen a convergence of minds and ideas and passions. It has been a platform for scholars and experts to connect, collaborate, and ignite new avenues of research and advocacy. The knowledge shared and networks formed during this conference will undoubtedly have a lasting impact on our academic and social endeavors. So, before I give the vote of thanks, let me just share the inception, the idea of this conference came. This journey of culmination of this 2-day conference starts with the insightful briefings that I had with my colleagues who are here in the dais with me, Professor Dr. Bhoop Singh Gaur and Dr. Sheetal Sharma, that set the tone for our deliberations and organization for this conference. So on behalf of the organizing committee and all the participants, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to everyone who has played a pivotal role in the making of this international conference. We would like to first thank Honorable Founder President, Sir, whose blessings and under the visionary and dynamic leadership of Honorable Chancellor Sir, and with the valuable guidance of Honorable Vice Chancellor, Amity University, Uttar Pradesh, we were able to organize this two-day conference. We were privileged here to hear from eminent scholars and professors, including Professor Anand Kumar, Professor Dr. Maitri Chaudhary, who shared their wisdom and experiences, providing us with invaluable guidance in our quest for social justice and human rights. Thank you so much. I would also like to express our gratitude to our director, Amity Institute of Social Sciences, Professor Dr. Nirbha Prakash, whose support and visionary leadership has been instrumental in this conference. So thank you so much. Last but not the least, we are immensely grateful to our esteemed partners, Professor Dr. Bhup Singh Gaur, Vice President of the Thematic Group 3, International Sociological Association, and Convener Research Committee 21 Political Sociology of Indian Sociological Society, and Dr. Sheetal Sharma, the Principal Investigator of the Jean Monnet ACE Project's Erasmus Plus Program, Center for European Studies, Jawaharlal Nehru University. Your collaboration and support has been invaluable in bringing together today these scholars and experts from these diverse backgrounds for this conference. So thank you so much, and we hope and we look forward for this collaboration in future. Thank you so much. All right, before we disperse, I would like to just make a brief announcement before we disperse for our lunch. The lunch would be at F3 foyer. You're all invited for that. And I would request to kindly make note the moderators of the session that our technical session 1, which was supposed to be held at 11:45 to 1:15, will now be taking place from 2:30 to 4 p.m. All right. The location would be the same. The venue would be the same, F3 Seminar Hall. The parallel session, technical session 2, 2:30 to 4 p.m. Again, the venue will remain the same, F3 MDP. For technical session 3, the timing remains the same, 2:30 to 4 p.m. The venue would be I2 Moot Court. So I request all the participants to please make note of it. The session chair, co-chair, I'm sure our organizing team will also help you with all the things. So please note the change in the venue for technical session 3. It will start at 2:30 and the venue would be I2 Moot Court. All right. Thank you so much.
May I request all of you, those who are not in a hurry to leave, to please assemble here so that we can have a group photograph from the end of the hall. Teachers, please.
Please
Join us on
request
the
everyone to
stage
step
and-
forward near the dais for a photograph.
is an assistant professor in the Department of Economics at Dronacharya Government College, Gurugram. Sir is also the Director General Higher Education Haryana, Government of Haryana, India. He cleared UGC NET JRF in 2002 and he's completed his MPhil and PhD from the DAW Indore under the UGC Junior Research Fellowship Program. So went to Bangor University, North Wales and United Kingdom for his MA in Educational Studies in 2010 to have an international experience, and sir has a great exposure across the world. And we would welcome sir to chair the session today. And with us, along with the chair, we have our co-chair today, Dr. Monica Gupta. She is an assistant professor at Deshbandhu College, Delhi University. So Dr. Monica Gupta is basically connected to European studies. She also has exposure on C20 Central India Coordinator of India Ambassador Program. She's also a Commonwealth Scholar to SOAS University of London and DAD recipient. She has also her works across South Asian women in UK, and she's also been associated with Amity earlier as faculty. So welcome, ma'am. And we would start the offline session. So I would like to call Dr. Amit Dhal, Assistant Professor Law, Amity Law School, Amity University. Do we have sir here? Okay, I'll just have present the title, Evaluation of Mechanisms for Human Rights Protection, including monitoring bodies and redressal system. So you have a PPT that has to, yeah, is that, yes. So we're just taking a second. So we will just first do another offline without the PPT. The IT person has just got for a quick coffee, so we'll just call him and then we'll run yours. Before that, then we'll start with Miss Ayushi Dayal. She is a student of second year sociology. Her title is Cross-Cultural Perspective on Human Rights, a comparative study of India and Europe. So we'll have each presenter less than 10 minutes, approx will give 7 to 8 minutes. So Ayushi, you may just take the stage.
Thank you, ma'am. So, as you know, my presentation cannot be played right now. So I'll be just introducing you with my paper and the topic that I have selected. So my topic is on the cross-cultural perspectives on human rights. And I'll be looking at the regions, India and Europe. So as we know, the key characteristics of human rights are universal and they have to be interdependent on each other and also about equal and non-discriminatory aspect of it. Now let's look at the categories of human rights. So firstly, there are civil rights, which protect the individual's freedom. Then we have second category, which is called the political right. Then lastly, which I'll be focusing on, is the social, economic and cultural rights. So these are about the adequate food and the health care of people and housing, education. All these factors come under social, economic and cultural rights. So for my introduction, I have focused on how the world has become more connected now and everyone is deserving equal and fair treatment. So if you look at India and Europe, they both have different perspectives. They have different human rights, even though they are similar, but still they have different perspectives, meaning that some situations in India might vary from Europe. So that is what I have looked at in this paper. The topic that I have taken, it revolves around the intricate tapestries of our regions. And so firstly, I've looked at this paper through different research methods. So firstly, I've looked at the comparative analysis of human rights. Then I have taken up many different literatures. So some of these are from the data that I've collected from NSS, Eurostat, and also from I've taken up a Universal Declaration of Human Rights also. Then the two main things that I took up were two SDGs, the Sustainable Developmental Goals. So the one I have taken is SDG 1 and SDG 4. So SDG 1, as we know, is about no poverty and the fact that no one is left behind. The SDG 4, as we know, is about quality education. So when we look at the literature that I have taken, it is from EU SILC, which stands for European Union Statistics of Income and Living Conditions. So under this, there were 2 points. First one was severe material and social deprivation rate. So under this, the deprivation or the inability to afford any of the items concerning their essential items for a dignified life. So under this, they say that there should be around 7 particular specific items out of 13, which they have mentioned in their data. So if a person is not having around 7 out of 13 of these specified items, then they will be considered having severe material and social deprivation. Those people come under this rate. Then the next thing that I have taken up is SDG 1, India's NSS data. So under that, I understood that there is a provision of safe drinking water in today's time through pipe water supply. And also they have worked on SDGs.
execute भी यहाँ पे
This is
20 कौन से
text topic. So I've already talked about the introduction and okay, so one point that I wanted to talk about was how there was a jurist named Rene Cassin. So he worked on human rights and he also gave his perspectives. So firstly, he talked about how human rights are connected to the natural law and the religion. So he took up the Bible verse, which is love thy neighbor as thyself. So this is something that states the universal brotherhood and equality among people. So this is stated in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. So these are my objectives. Firstly, I wanted to understand the cross-cultural human perspectives of both the regions, as I told. Then I wanted to look at the SDGs, even though in this paper, I could consider only 2 SDGs, the first and the fourth. Then lastly, I wanted to analyze the legal and ethical challenges that they both hold. Okay, so the historical context of both the regions are as such that the human rights that have been taken up in Europe, they have been taken up from the Magna Carta, as we know, that the people had protested against the king having all the rights and he was not above the law. Like everyone else, he was also equal. So that is what Magna Carta is about. And also they have taken up their ideas from the Enlightenment ideals. Then about the human rights in India, they are mostly inspired by the struggle for independence and from their constitution. As I told, the research method that I have taken up is having various things like review of literature, comparative analysis, and a lot of data from various sites. So this SDG 1 and SDG 4 I've already talked about. So this is the part I was talking about, the literature on Europe. So under this, I talked about the severe material and social deprivation rate, which has decreased in Europe because of the various initiatives that they have taken. And they also have focused on the basic and tertiary education, which I have focused on in the SDG 4 analysis. Then the challenges that Europe faced were the access to higher education. It was seen that there was a lot of dropout rates, and also because of Roma inclusion, the Romani people who are lacking education and jobs because they are considered as being migrants and refugees to Europe. And also lastly, there is child poverty in some regions. Now, this is the literature that I have taken up for India. Again, this is from NSS, the National Sample Survey. And some of these are also from various works that have been done by various people. So firstly, let's look at the initiatives that have been taken up and how our country has slightly moved towards a better condition for the SDG 1 and SDG 4. So there is better access to safe drinking water through pipe water supply, as I talked about. Then there are initiatives like Swachh Bharat Abhiyan and then Pradhan Mantri Jan Dhan Yojana, Manrega. All these are initiatives that are not directly impacting poverty, but have tried to look at poverty through different lenses. Like Swachh Bharat Abhiyan, even though it is not directly impacting poverty, but some initiatives under this, like cleanliness around regions which are having people who are poor, or cleanliness around schools so that the children can go to school and get education and then finally get jobs. So these are indirectly impacting the poor people. Then I have also looked at the legal framework of people with disabilities. So basically, as we know, inclusive education is growing now, and so in our country, there is expansion of right. There is a right called Right of Person with Disability Act. So under this, there are inclusive education initiatives that have been taken by the country. Then there is expansion of higher education. So initiatives like IITs and IIMs are example of these. The challenges that India still faces is because of the history of India that we have before the independence, and also because of various issues like child labor and lack of access to education. So this is the comparison that I could understand from the data that I collected. So firstly, if we look at education, India is still focusing on issues like child labor and education disparities, and there is also high dropout rates. While in Europe, there is socio-economic barriers to higher education, and as we talked about, Roma inclusion and child poverty. Also, in Europe, I considered how there is initiative regarding the tertiary and basic education, while in India, there are still initiatives that are lacking students even going to school. They are not even having access to education. So initiatives like Beti Bachao, Beti Padhao are some initiatives that bridge the gap between the gender.
Ayushi, one second.
Okay, so this was my paper.
You can read your findings, then done?
Yes.
So next we'll have Dr. Amit Dhal. We'll be asking for question and answer round after the presentation. We'll go for that. So we can call Dr. Amit Dhal, Assistant Professor Law, Amity Law School, Amity University. Topic of sir's paper is evaluation of mechanisms for human rights protection, including monitoring bodies and redressal system.
Good afternoon, dignitaries on the dais, dear scholars, my colleagues. I'm thankful to the department for organizing इससे चलता रहेगा. The conference on the most important aspect of human life, the rights which are naturally inherited by all of us. Now we need to assess the rights which we have and how they are protected, the monetary agencies, the mechanism to protect them. And if they are infringed, what is the redressal mechanism? To whom can we pray for giving us the suitable protection in case of infringement of any right available to us? Now, human rights are not something which are provided by the state. They are the rights with which we are born as natural human beings. Human rights are only protected, safeguarded by the state and the union agencies. And the UN itself has taken a step forward to guarantee the protection of the human rights on universal basis. There are many states which are signatories to the conventions, treaties, agreements, whereunder they have undertaken to protect the safeguards against human rights violation available under the domestic law of the country as well as the international law. Now, there is a basic difference between the domestic law and the international law. The machinery for enforcement of domestic law is not bound by the declarations made by the UN. They only have persuasive value at the domestic level. Now, the rights, human rights, as I just said, are inherent in human being right from his birth. They are acquired by his birth, not given by the state. And the doctrine of human rights was really applicable in India also from ages. The human rights are guaranteed under our written constitution in the form of fundamental rights provided under part 3 of the constitution. Apart from that, directive principles of state policy given under part 4 also emphasize on the duties of the state to give protection to the human rights violation. Dr. D.D. Basu points out that human rights are those minimal rights which every individual must have against the state or the public authority or any other individual who takes away his rights which are inherited as an individual human being. As a member of human family, the individual has some rights against the state, against the other community, at the domestic as well as the international level. Now, why do we need to protect the human rights? Human rights being the basic necessity for human existence, human dignity being the relevant aspect of human right. This gives the basis for the protection of the human rights at domestic as well as the international level, so as to take a step forward whereunder no one is compelled to take as the last resort to rebel against the tyranny and oppression, against any coercion, undue influence, where his human rights are taken away, resulting in rebellion and mass tyranny. Now, we have different conventions, we have agreements at the international level, including European Convention for Human Rights, where under the fundamental rights, the basic rights have been provided to every individual human being, which are basically divided into economic rights, social rights, civil and political rights. Now, rights are available even against your own government and an individual also. Even if your government does not support, you can have access to the protection of human rights under the European Convention. The right to protection, right to life, liberty and security. Right to life includes right to livelihood also. Freedom of trade, freedom from torture, freedom from inhuman and degrading treatment has been provided under Article 3 of the Convention. Freedom from slavery and servitude. Bonded labor, working for another person without any payment. Freedom for forced or compulsory labor has been addressed under Article 6. Respect for private rights and forming a family and human dignity have been provided further under Article 8. Freedom of thought, expression, belief, faith, worship and religion have been guaranteed under Article 9 and 10 of the Convention. European Convention further protects the right of a person to have a family and provides effective remedy for redressal of violation of human rights of an individual as well as a group. The right to have free elections at regular interval and right to secret ballot has also been guaranteed under Article 3 of the protocol. Now we find that we have a declaration, we have entered into an agreement, but we do not have adequate enforcement machinery to bring about redressal of any complaint filed for violation of human rights. The UN Commission on Human Rights, which was established by European and Social Council also emphasized upon the protection of the human rights, and they only don't want to give the guarantee, they want to exercise their liberty which has been granted to an individual and deterrent punishment to another for protecting the right of individual at the international level. Now there is Human Rights Court to redress the pleas, to address the requests and the complaints made by an individual, and the trial is in the mode of speedy trial and there are no lapses in the decisions of the International Court of Justice. Now, how do we protect the human rights? Under the Constitution. Have you people heard about the fundamental rights? Fundamental means the basic rights of an individual, which include the right of speech, right of expression, the right to carry on trade, right to equality. Equal platform has been provided to each individual to get employment, to get admission in education institutions. But that does not mean that if you are securing 90% marks, you will be put at par with the person who is securing 95% marks. There are criteria which need to be set up, and there should be some intelligible criteria to determine with reasonableness as to what equality is and what equality before law actually is. Now there is freedom of life and personal liberty under Indian Constitution under Article 20, 21 and 22. No one can be taken into custody without reasonable cause. You cannot be compelled to be a witness against yourself. So there are certain rights which have been provided under the Constitution to safeguard your personal liberty. The freedom of religion includes freedom to establish education institutions and to propagate your own religious practices. The cultural and educational rights have been provided under Article 29 and Article 30 so as to profess your own culture and your religion. Right to property, erstwhile under Article 31 provided the right to purchase, hold and safeguard your own property, movable or immovable. Right against exploitation, and the final right given under the constitutional remedies, Article 32, which provides you a remedy to move the Supreme Court in case of violation of your fundamental rights. Apart from the fundamental rights, Indian Constitution has provided for a list of duties to be set up against the state. The state is required to follow the directive principles for safeguarding the individual as well as the social interests of the community as a whole. It should work for the welfare of the community, providing social justice and equitable political and economic platform for an individual to grow and develop in the economy. It should ensure the adequate means of livelihood and equality of opportunity in employment, education and promotion. Right to work, right to employment, a right to rest and right to seek health amenities has also been provided under the directive principles. The state has been given the directions to safeguard against any action arbitrary to the violation or violation of human rights.
Sir, would you just reduce it to 1 more
Yes,
minute?
sure. Now, whatever the protections may be granted under the Indian Constitution or Human Rights Act or the Universal Declaration, we need to understand what is the scope of judicial review. Indian judiciary does not necessarily require to follow the principles which have been laid by international machinery. They have only persuasive value in India. But we need to protect the human rights. When we protect the rights of another person, it means that it is having some duty towards the other person, because rights and duties are correlative. Giving a right or securing a right of one person will cast a duty on another person and may make that other person to perform some negative duty. Like you may not be allowed to trespass on the land of another person. So it is a negative duty imposed by law. So with that, I put an end to my discussion. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, sir. So you'd like to know if Dr. Vikash Kumar, who's joined online, is here with us. If Dr. Vikash is here, please switch on your video. I can see Dr. Vikash. You can hear us, sir?
Good afternoon.
Just a second. Just give me a second. So let me introduce you first to our chair and co-chair, Dr. Vikash Kumar, Assistant Professor, Center for Research in Rural and Industrial, Chandigarh. The paper is titled Status of Human Rights Education in Higher Education in India, a Field View. Sir, you can proceed.
Am I audible?
Very clearly, yes.
Oh, thank you. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers and the chair and the co-chair for giving me this opportunity to present my paper, which is, let me first share the screen. Titled Status of Human Rights Education in Higher Education in India, a Field View. As the title of the paper suggests, we are going to discuss about the various dimensions of status of HRE, in short, in higher education in India in the next couple of minutes. So I'll straight jump on the objectives of the study. The study was basically supported by National Human Rights Commission, New Delhi, and it was awarded to our institute to conduct a status survey and study about the status of human rights, education in higher education in select university, central universities, state university, deemed to be university, and private universities, along with a few colleges. So, in the backdrop of the development which has taken over the last couple of decades, especially after the emergence of new waves of rights movement across the globe. So, the first objective was this, and the second objective was also to assess the awareness about the availability and accessibility of the course in India. Fourthly, the assessment of existing course contents at the different level and the variations among the different courses at different universities at different levels, keeping in mind the civil, political, and social, economic, and cultural rights, to explore the prospects of introducing the teaching and research of this emerging field in other social science disciplines, and also to identify the gaps and challenges and to suggest the the policy inputs. I'll skip the research questions and a few couple of slides, and I'll quickly jump onto the methods of the data collection. The method of data collection was we had taken 789 universities, which the list was available on the UGC websites, and out of that we decided in consultation with NHRC to have 65 universities where the courses are being offered at different levels, and 65 those higher education institutions where the courses were not offered. And we took three, criteria, where in the direct context where full-fledged course, any type of course, be it diploma or undergraduate, postgraduate, or MPhil or PhD level, there is full-fledged courses should be there. And the second was that partially it was being offered as part of the some other curriculum, one paper or a kind of optional paper or something like that, or in different departments like legal studies, political science, public administration, social work, education, social anthropology, etc. And third, were we institutions which were not offering any such courses. Now we decided firstly that to have a general, sample of say 13 each of having and not having. So we're making it 130. But what we realized that the number of institutions and the different numbers. So we found at that time that central universities were 47, state universities were 359, deemed universities were 123, and private universities were 260. So the numbers were not in a equated form. So we had decided to give a proportionate weightage of the sample. And also we realized that out of the central universities, out of 47, 10 were giving full-fledged course, state 41, deemed 5, private 5, and total it was coming 62, at which not even reaching to our desired level of 65. So we decided to give equal weightage, and as you can see that despite the central universities were in less number, they were offering more. Similarly, state universities were offering more. State universities were offering courses on human rights in comparison of deemed to be universities and private universities. So the final sampling was done like this: that we decided to have 9 central universities, 18 state universities, 3 deemed universities, 2 private universities, and 6 colleges, and so on and so forth for partial courses. For data collection, I'll skip this slide because it's a general slide on how we collected data. We contacted each stakeholders. We also went to the different data sources, both primary and secondary, and questionnaires. Both Google Forms were used, structured and non-structured questionnaires were used. Focus group discussions were happened, and data analysis. Now I'll come to the finding part because time is limited. So what we realized that what we found from the data that the very less courses are offered at the level of MPhil and PhD in both central and in state universities. Post-graduation, graduate diploma and postgraduate degree diploma programs are in large number because they are being opted by the students from the law faculty mostly, and also from public ad or from social work. So postgraduate diploma certificate courses are also preferred as an additional specialization because students who want to join as a graduate civil society members, law enforcement officers, and all. And popularity of human rights studies as a first choice of study is decreasing among students due to employment concerns. Employment opportunities are not adequate in human rights, especially in government organizations, in civil society organizations. Graduates from law, sociology, political science, economics, and social work are more preferred as these subjects which have the wider thematic canvas, unlike more specialized curriculum in human rights. Despite repetitive state efforts and interventions, courses on human rights failed to establish as a popular discipline in the higher education in India. Majority of the courses were found to have incorporated HRE as a course paper or optional courses limited to disciplines such as law, political science, sociology, social work, anthropology, history, and education. Around 62 universities of the total 789 universities in India offered full-fledged course on human rights however, the number would be around 230 if the optional or compulsory paper on human rights are included in various forms. But of course, not with where we can identify them as a separate course altogether. So similar trends was noticed in the 13 sampled colleges located in different parts of the country, where courses on human rights are being offered. A variety of courses such as certificate, undergraduate diploma, LLB, BA, MA level are taught. However, in most of the cases, courses are taught at odd or add-on courses under self-finance mode. There is a lack of teaching faculty, lack of enthusiasm. These are the other findings. Now, what are the regions? What are the regions of, in a snapshot, I can say that the regions of not offering courses, any type of course in human rights, lack of adequate demand of the course, lack of regular faculty, financial constraints, lack of adequate employment opportunities, lack of awareness, and lack of infrastructure. And these are the 100%, 100%, 92%, 85, 67%. These are the percentages that respondent, let us know that these were the regions. We also noticed that there were a significant of variations in the courses being offered, and there are nomenclatures. Like, for instance, as on date, when the study was being conducted, there one example was that in JNU, there is a center called HUDITER. In short, it's Human Rights Teaching and Research Center, is located in School of International Studies, and offer optional papers to undergraduate students from School of Languages, along with offering doctoral research program. Similarly, in Jamia Hamdard Deemed University, again in Delhi, located in Delhi, it offers MA and PG diploma in human rights under the Center for Federal Studies. And same is in Center for Jharkhand, which comes under Center for Human Rights and Conflict Management. So there is a great amount of variations in terms of the kind of courses are being offered, their nomenclature in the centers in which they are being offered. So there is no coherent or that shows us the kind
Dr.
of.
Vikash, if you can hear me, can you
Yes,
cut
yes.
short by half
Okay.
a minute?
Okay, surely. Anyway, I'm at the end of my presentation. So also, I will cut short the few slides wherein we have found that there is a great amount of the shortage of fund in decreasing order year by year in the last couple of decades. In a nutshell, I am showing this. This is the kind of financial, situation of the human rights courses from the government level. So at last, I would like to say what are the trends, and I'll conclude my presentation. The trend is only out of 65 university institutions, 5 reported that we have seen a kind of greater demand for human rights out of 65. This is starting, and it is important to note all those in universities and institutes were found in those places where international migration is more, like in Punjab, Patiala, where we found that more students are opting for human rights issues because in European countries or in Canada or America, people are preferred having a background in these kind of courses. Like in TIS Mumbai, because more students opt for future foreign degrees or foreign studies after that. So, however, by and large, it was either stable or decreasing. We also asked about the adequacy of as our objective suggests that adequacy of UGC model curriculum or human rights in 2001 or not. Nobody talked about that it was adequate. It needs massive revision, keeping in mind the emerging trends and demands of our society. no, it was 11, and partly it was 54. So I'll cut short my presentation here only. I have couple of suggestions which we can, of course, discuss during question and answer session. Thank you once again for the to the organization chairs for listening to me very patiently. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We will be putting the time for question answer at the end of the session. I'd like to call now Dr. Suesha Singh Aizer, Assistant Professor, Amity Institute of Social Sciences, Department of Philosophy. Her title of paper is Tackling Human Rights Issues in the Domain of Feminist Bioethics. Ma'am, 7 minutes to go.
Good afternoon, everyone. Today I'll be speaking. The title of my paper is Tackling Human Rights Issues in the Domain of Feminist Bioethics. Philosophy of medicine addressed the issues of medical ethics from the start. The principle of beneficence was the first one at the time of Hippocrates to be talked about, but later issues like informed consent and autonomy played a major role in inclusivity of the decision of the patients. Liberal political philosophy has said to have played a major role in coming up with the principle of informed consent, but it has been criticized by many feminists as being a masculine stand, and the practitioners do not take this into consideration. Women's experiences and voices have been termed as mad at times. Feminist bioethics has laid the foundation of critical ethical examination on treatment of women. Journal of Medicine and Philosophy takes up these prominent issues. Philosophers in Western philosophy also draw upon the notion of individualistic self. The case of identity in this arena holds up for the choice of expression and uniqueness. They suggest for the demarcation between the inner and outer world functions. Similarly, it is important to highlight the individualistic expression of women's form and exclusivity. To undertake this concept again, Nussbaum capabilities approach identifies 4 items of autonomy skills, which are mentioned here in the presentation, as you can see. First is the senses, imagination, and thought. Second is the emotions. Third, practical reason. And fourth is our orientation towards others. We will be discussing this in detail in the upcoming presentation. Now, philosophy has made its impact in the area of medicine. The concept of care was considered to be futile at one point of time in this area. Providing care was thought to be medically inappropriate. To counter this, it is important to understand that medical facilities imparted with care helps healthy experience of patients and ineffective delivery of healthy healthcare. There was another appeal that patients should be given opportunity to make informed choices in their treatment. Earlier, medical ethics was taught by certain religious traditions and medical associations. Philosophy of medicine was concerned with metaphysical issues which were away from medical ethics. In 1970s, the idea of informed consent came into being into the introduction of concepts like self-determination and autonomy. Now, as you can see, in the mainstream bioethics, it dealt with human issues and women's issues separately, and they were majorly neglected, like pregnancy, birth control, and abortion, which also restricted the expression of the sexuality of females. And the American Psychiatric Association has published a lot of works in this area. These disorders were associated with misogynist categorization of women, as they were considered to be ideal, demanding, and morally vile. They ignored the fact that was socially and culturally excluded, who had no rights of their own. Things have not changed after so many years, as women's expressions are labeled the same. Here are the 4 accepted principles of healthcare ethics. First is the principle of respect for autonomy, principle of non-maleficence, principle of beneficence, and principle of justice. In context of women, the first principle is ignored. And discharging the obligation to respect patients' autonomy requires equipping them to overcome their sense of dependence and achieve as much control as possible, or whatever they desire. This idea cannot be applied to women suffering from chronic mental disorders, although taking away their liberty completely is also not a stable option. Here, the role of doctors becomes important as they have the responsibility to serve their patients with gentleness and care. They have to be open about the methods in certain cases and not to be biased against women patients. Even though no gender link has been established, generalized anxiety disorder is associated with women commonly, and gender expectations play a huge role in this. This can be associated with stressful life experiences. In certain ways, patriarchy also plays a dominant stressful role here when women are expected to be the upholder of ethical conduct in the society. And having to be in the boundaries becomes volatile to include others. So there are different understanding which have been propagated by Ruth Broinhardt-Dalsky on this issue. And due to the paucity of time, as you can see here in the presentation, how the girl's physiological attributes are also positioned as the others. And this also, because of the pressures of patriarchy, adopts a different perspective. Now, women are considered to be slow, weak, dim-witted, and indecisive. And there is a common conception what they do not know and how to distinguish between right and wrong, and therefore cannot take decision of her own treatment has been propagated as much. And they are considered to have less knowledge about the technicalities. But the understanding should be that as their decisions do not infringe upon the other, they are free to carry their own choices and decisions. And in this adaptation, moral framework also comes into play. Friedman also says that an individual's will to exercise autonomy depends on inside and outside factors. Internal factors relate to her actions in autonomy, and external include social practices. Social influences forms of foundational character and influence of parents help inculcate the perspective of authenticity. We can trace this to historical and current social suppression. Moral framework helps in nurturing our relations with others, and the option can be raised against such a decision. However, self finds it very difficult to defy the tradition when faced with partiality, as she has been conditioned to be behaving in a way for years. The autonomy can be realized without the guidance of others. In its strongest versions, relational accounts argue that the activities that constitute self-determination are inherently social relationships and far from undermining autonomy, provide the conditions of possibility for the exercise of self-determination and actualization. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Swesha ma'am, to finish on time also. I'd next like to call Ms. Saloni Tomar, Assistant Professor, IIMT College of Law, Greater Noida, Uttar Pradesh. Her topic is the challenges behind the implementation of human rights and social justice.
Should I begin with that?
Seven minutes, ma'am.
A very good afternoon to one and all and everyone in the present audience. I, Saloni Tomar, Assistant Professor, IMT College of Law, hereby present a paper on the topic, the challenge behind the implementation of human rights and justice. Coming to the introductory part, we all have seen in our inaugural session that how human rights are essential for the well-being and dignity of every individual. They are commonly understood as basic rights to which every person is entitled, regardless of their nationality, race, religion, gender, or any other characteristics. Human rights include, but are not limited to, right to life, liberty, security of a person, freedom of speech and expression, etc. But recently, and for a very long period, we have been observing violations of human rights that may take form ranging from physical abuse to discrimination and denial of basic freedoms. These violations occur in various contexts, such as during armed conflicts, in oppressive regimes, and within societies that marginalize certain groups. The victims of such violations face significant challenges in seeking justice and accountability for the harm that they have suffered. In this paper, we have focused over some major international conventions such as Universal Declaration of Human Rights, International Covenant on Economic, Social and Cultural Rights, International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights. Further, we have highlighted some sui generis conventions related to women, children, disabled persons, migrants, workers, torture and community differences, such as CEDAW in short, and Convention on Elimination of All Forms of Racial Discrimination. In this paper, we have discussed few or rather 10 thematic areas of human rights violation. Cutting short, I would first describe number 1, that is torture, unlawful detention, and forced execution. Torture and unlawful detention are severe violations of human rights that we have been observing in various nations, especially at the times of war and any unrest that happens in any nation. Simultaneously, Article 5 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and Article 7 of the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, both of which provide that no one shall be subjected to torture or to cruel, inhuman, or degrading treatment or punishment. But on the other hand, we have observed that social institutions, governing bodies continue to fail in their efforts when it's come to the protection of rights of humans against torture and unlawful detention. In the recent years, we have also observed that how an Indian law, Unlawful Activities Prevention Act, UAPA, have encroached upon the rights of those accused by denial of bail. The accused detained under UAPA, jail is a rule and bail is the exception. Implementation of such laws is violation of natural law and justice. Second, what we have seen that women are largely discriminated, and hence I would talk upon gender-related discrimination. The violation of women's rights is a pressing issue that continues to persist in many parts of the world. Simultaneously, we have a sui generis convention Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women, which secures the rights of the women and calls for the elimination of discrimination against women in all areas of life. Simultaneously, we have a Beijing Declaration and Platform for Action establishes a comprehensive framework for advancing women's rights and empowerment. But again, we in this presentation are talking about the challenges. Hence, there are loopholes in the conventions for women that need to be addressed. These loopholes often allow for discrimination and violation of women's right to persist. Therefore, I urge that by closing these loopholes through robust implementation and enforcement of conventions, we can create a more inclusive and equitable society for women around the world. Third, coming to the third point, I would say that we have an endangered democracy. We all know that democracy holds a very essential element when it comes to any nation. Democracy holds a significant place in the framework of human rights. It serves the foundation of upholding and protecting the rights of the and interest of the individuals, including women. But violations of democracy and human rights can have far-reaching consequences on the stability and integrity of a nation. When democratic principles are disregarded, individuals are deprived of their fundamental rights and freedoms, leading to a breakdown of a societal trust and inclusivity. Moreover, the erosion of democratic institutions can jeopardize the rights of every individual and also impact a nation in a negative sense. Coming to our fourth thematic area, recently we observed that whenever there is a war or any state where the people are being displaced, we call them as refugees, asylum seekers or migrants. The violation of rights of such people are included in a form of abuse, discrimination and exploitation. From denial of basic necessities to fundamental and psychological harm, the violation of their rights is a stark reality that must be addressed and solved. For this, we have few conventions such as 1951 Refugee Convention and 1961 Protocol, which deal with the principles of non-refoulement and the principle of non-discrimination in the cases of refugees and asylum seekers. Next, we come to the child rights. After women, if we see that if there is any sector which is prone to the violations of their rights is child. Child rights are the set of fundamental entitlements that every child should enjoy, regardless of their race, gender, socioeconomic background. Child rights are outlined in United Nations Conventions on the Right of the Child, that is UNCRC, and include right to life, education, health care, and protection from violence, abuse, and exploitation. But simultaneously, we witness that even convention related to childs are not evenly followed. Hence, it continues with the continuous violation of rights of every child. Next, again, this is a very critical topic, that is human rights, terrorism, and counter-terrorism. Terrorism poses a significant threat to protection and promotion of human rights worldwide. The actions of terrorists often include violence, fear, and the disregard of the fundamental rights and dignity of individual. The use of violence and fear not only create a physical harm, but also a mental harm and impact the ideologies of the people. Next thematic area is human rights issue of artificial intelligence. Challenges to human rights after extended terrorism encompass new emerging technologies such as artificial intelligence. As AI continues to advance at a rapid pace, it presents both opportunities and risk for the protection of human rights. On one hand, AI has the potential to enhance access to education, healthcare, and other essential services. We have seen that AI also promotes equality and inclusivity, but however, it raises concern regarding privacy, discrimination, and the potential of biased decision making. In the next slide, we will see how AI creates a discrimination, such as
One
case
more
of
minute.
yes, ma'am.
1 moment.
Yeah, that's done now. Such as in the case of HIV, and the patients that are suffering from AIDS or HIV are often discriminated because with the help of technology, the disease can be easily detected, hence they are discriminated. And with the updated use of AI, we will see that the detection of this problem will be easily accessible, hence discrimination might increase against such patients. Coming to the conclusion, I would say that we have also seen respected Maitri Chaudhary ma'am, who explained that we need to create a change for the implementation of human rights. Hence, I would say that education and self-raising efforts are crucially required for the implementation of human rights. And by understanding and acknowledging these barriers, we can work towards creating an inclusive and equitable society which have a respect for human rights and fundamental duties. Thank you so much, my audience. Thank you for patiently listening me. Thank you, esteemed.
Thank you, Saloni ma'am. I would now request Dr. Ramandeep Kaur and Ms. Riya Sharma, who has joined us online, to switch on the camera. Okay, I can see Dr. Riya Sharma. Just give me a minute. Okay, so the title of the paper, before that, Ms. Riya Sharma is a research scholar, Meher Chand Mahajan DAV College for Women, Chandigarh. Her title of paper is International Conventions on Human Rights as Perspective from India. Would you like to run a slide?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, you may go ahead.
Is my screen is visible?
Not yet.
Now is it visible?
Just a second. Yeah, it is, but you have to zoom it a little bit more. It's not quite, and your video is switched off.
Okay, ma'am. Okay, wait a second. Now it is visible, ma'am.
The slide, yes. Can you? Oh, fine. You can start. You can start.
Okay. So, good afternoon, everyone. I'm here to talk about the international conventions on human rights adopted by India. So, first we'll discuss about the international human rights regime that has been shaped by the push and pulls of the various political and historical forces. So, in this paper, we analyze a comprehensive overview on international conventions adopted by India. It addresses the goals and advantages of international conventions, ensuring the protections of human rights in India. So, first we'll discuss about the introduction. Human rights, as we know, human rights are the basic rights inherent to all human beings, irrespective of the nationality, gender, color, religion, and any other grounds. So, India was a signatory to the Universal Declarations of Human Rights. So, according to the National Human Rights Commission of India, human rights are rights relating to life, liberty, equality, dignity of the individual, guaranteed by the Constitution. So, we'll discuss in this paper. I will discuss about the international conventions ensuring protections of human rights. In this, we'll discuss about the human rights that are ratified, conventions that are ratified India. So India has ratified 15 conventions, from which I have discussed about the 5 core human rights conventions. First, we'll go ahead on international conventions on the eliminations of all forms of racial discriminations. India has ratified this convention on 3rd December 1968 with certain reservations. The second International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, which was ratified in 10th April 1979. International Covenant on Economic, Social and Cultural Rights that was ratified in 10th April 1979, and the other was Conventions on the Eliminations of All Forms of Discriminations Against Women. In India, signed the conventions on 13th July 1980 with certain reservations. Conventions on the Rights of the Child that was signed on 11th December 1992. The next, we'll have Conventions on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities that was ratified in 1st October 2007. The last, Optional Protocol on to the Conventions on the Rights of the Child, that is CRC, that was ratified on 16th August 2005. The first one is India has ratified international covenants on civil and political rights, where we discuss about the Article 1, where India has declared that the right of self-determination is to apply to people under foreign domination and not to people who belong to sovereign states. Next, in Article 13, we'll discuss that the freedom of aliens from expulsion will be applied to the consents with the Indian Constitution. In these reservations, we see that it was greatly affected the implementations of international human rights conventions, where we see that India, in the third periodic report, it welcomed the frequent references to the provisions of the international human rights treaties by Indian courts, especially the Supreme Court, in their judgments. Then we'll discuss about next. We'll go to the international covenants on economic, social, and cultural rights, which includes the human rights to work, the right to adequate standard of living, including housing, clothing, and food, the right to physical and mental health, the right to social security, and the right to education. In 1979, India ratified this convention and made certain reservations. Under Article 4, India declares that the provisions of these articles shall be applied as to be in conformity with the Article 19 of the Constitution. Next, we have the Article 7, where equal opportunity for promotion in employment. In this reference to article, India declares that its provisions shall be so applied to be in conformity with the provisions of Article 16 of the Constitution. So, in this, we have discussed about the social, economic, and cultural rights, where we have seen that the Indian Supreme Court has adopted an expensive interpretations of the Constitution rights to life based on the principles of human dignity, to protect certain economics and social rights, and adequate nutrition, clothing, and shelters, the right medical facilities, the right that can be livelihood and environmental life. The next, we go ahead on the International Convention on the Eliminations of All Forms of Racial Discrimination. This is the human treaty to enter under the 18-member monitoring body. This treaty served as a model for the adoption of other treaties, especially the two UN covenants. This treaty not only defines the racial discriminations, but it also discusses about the 6 detailed articles of the obligations of state parties to combat this.
Ms. Rita, would you reduce the presentation to 1 more minute?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. next we'll this is about the in this conventions Indians NGOs reports has been provided an excellent well researched documentations on the rights of the Dalits on the terms of caste, race, and descent are used separately and thus mutually exclusive. Next, in the last we conclude that the CRC, that is the international agreements on the childhood that help the transform children's life. India ratified this convention in 1992. In this, we have seen that India pursues efforts to ensure full compatibility of its legislations with the conventions. Regarding the Indian child's rights, the committee is concerned that the various age limits set by the law are not in the accordance with the general principles and provisions, but it also had greater effects on the enforcement of these minimum age requirements. It's mandatory to register each child taken to a police station, including date, time, and a reason for detention. Then
We'll give you half
conclude.
a second for findings to be put forward.
Okay. Last, we'll go ahead for the limitations that India's failure to adhere the international standards. India may be a signatory to many international agreements, as we know, but India fails to adhere the international standards as the violations of human rights, which includes the state like unlawful detentions, torture, and custodial deaths. India has failed to uphold international standards with customary international law regarding compensations and has taken reservations to crucial articles of relevant treaties. So, I have discussed about various limitations. So, in last we conclude that that human rights reflect the minimum standard necessary for people to live with dignity and equality. But international human rights obligations do not operate directly upon the individuals, but work on the states. They encourage them to carry out their international obligations towards human rights. And India does not submit its reports on time. These reports appear to be outdated when reviewed by the treaty monitoring body. Concluding observations by these bodies provided critical perspectives of India's record of human rights. These conventions are not self-performing in India. Human rights conventions have been incorporated into domestic laws. So it leads to the deciding under constitutional, national, and international law.
Thank you, Ms. Ria. We would next move to our next presenter, Dr. Asta Mishra, Assistant Professor of Philosophy at Amity Institute of Social Sciences. The title of her paper is On the Philosophical Demandingness of Human Rights. Do you have a slide? 7 minutes.
Yeah.
So, hello everyone. As my topic suggests, it is basically a very thematic understanding of the concept of human rights. So, first of all, the word demanding does not mean a sort of, I can say, the quality of trying to gain attention or attain any sort of focus. But by the term demanding, I mean to talk about the precondition and the provision of the concept of human rights. So in philosophy, we have a lot of theories, like you all must have done Aristotle, Plato, Hume, and so on, Kant for that matter. So here there is a different field of philosophy, which is an ethical theory. It is called care ethics, and my MPhil was on that. So in care ethics, we talk about certain values like respect, autonomy, freedom, choice, responsibility, dignity, equality, and the most important of all, the idea of, we can say, care. So my paper would basically try to focus on one concept, which I feel is very important when we talk about understanding the philosophy of human rights. And for me, that concept is human dignity. All right. So I begin by explaining what could be this idea of philosophy of human rights. So in order to gain an understanding of the foundational and functional properties of human rights, it's necessary to consider the philosophical overtones the concept has. So when we talk about philosophizing this very notion of human rights, we talk about the very existence of the fact that there are human rights, its nature, its essence, its universality and justification, its function, and so on. Then a brief philosophical tour of this concept could be starting from Plato to Aristotle, to Hobbes, to Locke, to Rousseau, Kant, and then Karl Marx, and so on. But as I said, my main focus is to take up this one value, ethical value of human dignity, and then to float a conceptual, we can say, assessment of this idea of human rights. So here I'll take up human dignity in terms of the ethical theory of care. So ethics, the theory of care ethics talks about, not about justice or rationality or freedom, equality. They talk about responsibility, responsiveness, caregiving, care receiving. For example, a thinker, an ethicist, care ethicist called Eva Feder-Kitte, she talks about linking dignity with human rights. So basically, there's a story. She has a daughter, Sasha, who is basically experiencing some sort of cognitive disability. And she says, just because my daughter is a, as we say, differently abled being, this does not mean that she is not a complete person. So personhood, dignity, and rights all are, in a way, quite closely webbed, is what these thinkers talk about. So, as I have highlighted the point, you can see on the screen, human rights naturally spring from that dignity. So for Eva Feder-Kitte, the care ethicist, for example, in terms of disability theories, we can take dignity as the foundation, the crux of human rights. But as my colleague, Suyesha Singh Isar, she pointed out the value of rights in bioethics, and she spoke about the role of rights in that realm. But what I feel is that the most basic value or virtue that we need is actually that of responsibility, responsiveness, care, dignity, and so on. Because that is what makes us humans, right? So now, just 3-4 more minutes. So care ethics, human rights, and dignity. Philosophers have articulated the relation between rights and dignity in terms of its moral, intuitive, existential gradations. Now, there are two important care ethicists if you want to research more on that. For that sake, I've written few names here. First is that of Sarah Clark Miller, and the other is, as I said, Eva Feder-Kitte. So these two thinkers talk about the relation between human dignity and human rights. Also, if any one of you would want to research in feminist ethics or feminist philosophy or feminism, you can also take up insights from these thinkers who do talk about the feminist nuances of human dignity and human rights. So the second last slide is here. Now, what does it mean that human rights are based on the value of human dignity? In a sense, human dignity is the state or quality of being worthy of honor or respect by virtue of being human. Human beings cannot voluntarily or involuntarily lose their dignity. Human rights protect individuals from attacks on their inherent dignity. So see, as I'm a learner and a teacher of philosophy, so for us, like us philosophers, or we can say budding philosophers, the role of value, worth, it becomes very important. We try to find ethics in any context. So here as well, by talking about the inherent or intrinsic worth of a being. Through that very theory, we'll be able to float a highly socio-political theory of human rights. So the foundation would be these value systems that are deeply rooted. And we need to trace those value systems out and then float any form of socio-political theory, or we can say concepts. So the notion of human dignity attempts to respond to the question, why do human beings have rights? And the answer is that they are entitled to rights precisely because they possess intrinsic worth. So by assessing what the care ethicists say on human dignity, I have tried to come to this conclusion that it is the idea of intrinsic or inherent worth that actually asks us to focus on this conceptual realm altogether, which is the care ethics model. So now, as I said, when we talk about human rights, human dignity, respect, autonomy, so on, it's very important to talk about the idea of personhood, right? So this philosopher that I mentioned about, Eva Feder-Kitte, she says, if you want to see philosophers or political thinkers such as Kant, they focus a lot on rationality, reason, universality. These thinkers, care ethicists, they say personhood ka matlab, you should also talk about emotions, talk about independent conditions or situations. You should also talk about the context in which something is happening. So when we talk about dignity, rights together, then here we do take up concepts like, or contexts such as, we can say, the case of differently abled individuals, old age, and so on. So here I would like to rest my presentation by saying that, the philosophical demandingness of human rights encompasses its foundational basis, content, and justification. The recourse to dignity in this specific area reflects a real concern about the need to promote respect for the intrinsic worth of human beings and the urgency to preserve their identity. Thus, the paper explored the different meanings of human dignity and the various ways in which human rights rest on, number one, give voice to, and number three, seek to realize the dignity and worth of human person. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Asta. Very insightful topic.
Thank you.
We'll invite next online Dr. Bindu Dogra and Ms. Sushmita Thakur. So I hope they are logged in. Could you switch on your camera, please? Yes. I'll just have a quick introduction. Dr. Bindu Dogra, Assistant Professor, Department of Sociology, Meherchand Mahajan, DAV College for Women, Chandigarh, and Ms. Sushmita Thakur, Research Scholar, Meherchand Mahajan, DAV College for Women. The title of the paper is Insights into Human Rights Challenges and Opportunities, a Perspective from India. We would give you 7 minutes, ma'am. You may start, please. You're muted. Can you unmute yourself first? You have to unmute from your side. Sushmita,
Okay, ma'am. Okay, sorry.
you're audible right now. You may go ahead.
Okay, so good evening, all of you. So my today's topic of research is insights into human rights challenges and opportunities, a perspective from India. So human rights are the basic rights that are available to each and every individuals around the globe, irrespective of their nationality, their sex, place of birth, or religion. The Constitution of India also affirms the provisions for human rights and provides measures to safeguard the same. In the Human Freedom Index 2023, India had ranked 161 amongst 180 countries, which shows the ineffectiveness in the implementation of human rights in India, as well as the lack of efforts in ensuring social justice. So my introductions of this paper would be that United Nations Human Rights Office of High Commissioner has also defined human rights are rights which exist simply because we exist as human beings. They are not guaranteed by any state. These are universal rights which are inalienable, indivisible, interdependent, equal, and non-discriminatory. Also, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights was adopted by United Nations General Assembly in 1948. It was considered as the first legal document to set out the fundamental human rights to be universally protected. In case of India, we have the Protection of Human Rights Act 1993, which defines human rights as rights relating to life, liberty, equality, and dignity of the individuals. They cover all the civil, political, economic, and social cultural rights. On human rights, India advocates a very holistic and integrated approach which emphasizes on interdependence, interrelatedness, indivisibility, and universality of human rights. From a historic perspective, India has played an active role in drafting the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and is fully committed to the rights proclaimed in the Universal Declaration. It is also party to 5 core human rights conventions, namely the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, the International Covenant on Economic, Social and Cultural Rights, the International Convention on Eliminations of all forms of racial discriminations, and etc. Then the objective of this study would be to examine the present pragmatic challenges or obstacles which are hindering the implementation of human rights in India. It would also analyze various measures which are taken by government as well as non-governmental bodies. And finally, it would also suggest some remedial measures for ensuring human rights in India. So the methodology of this paper would be descriptive, and it had required information which is collected from various secondary sources such as books, research articles, government documents, etc. So firstly, I'll discuss various challenges which are actually hindering the effective implementation of human rights in India. So firstly, I would take up the gender inequality. The violence against women is increasing at an alarming rate. As per the data published by National Crime Record Bureau, it says that total of 4,05,326 and 3,71,7,503 cases of crime against women were registered across the country during 2019 and 2020. It also shows the increased crime rate by 15.3% from the previous year. There are other things, for example, the prevalence of child marriages. As the data released by National Family Health Survey 5 also says, the share of women aged 20 to 24 who are married before turning 18 is 23 in our country. Because child marriage is a key determinant of high fertility, poor maternal and child health, and lower social status of women. We also see the data that around 57% women aged 15 to 49 were anemic in 2019 and 2021. As per the periodic labor force survey, the female labor force participation rate is just 27.2% in 2021 and 2022, which is well below the average of 45%. So human rights are guaranteed rights. They are guaranteed by society not only as a citizen, but as a human. So women's rights are often violated in almost all the areas of life. We also have Sustainable Development Goal SDG 5, which aims to achieve gender equality. So it is considered as a precondition for realizing the goals of Sustainable Development Agenda. Second, I would discuss the poverty. The issue of poverty is also a violation of human rights in India. Mahatma Gandhi also stated that poverty is an acute form of violation. We have seen that World Inequality Report says that top 10% and top 1% of Indians still control 57% and 22% of national wealth, while the bottom 50% holds an abysmal 13% of national wealth. Also, the National Multidimensional Poverty Index, which is released by Niti Aayog, it has established that India is multidimensionally poor, with Bihar as one of the poorest states in the country. This index measures poverty on the basis of many non-monetary pillars like education, health, standard of living, which further includes segments like nutrition, child mortality, access to clean drinking water, cooking fuel, etc. And my third aspect would be religious diversity leading to religious discrimination and violation of human rights in India. As we know that India is a multi-faith democracy with the majority of Hindu population, but still there are concerns that religious minorities and other minority groups are suffering from persecution and discrimination, and that condition have deteriorated in recent years. Human Rights Watch in its 2019 report on India claimed that government had failed to properly enforce Supreme Court directives to prevent and investigate mob attacks often led by political parties, their supporters or religious minorities. Human Rights Watch also stated that a Muslim stand-up comic Munawar Farooqui and five of his associates, they were arrested on a complaint brought up by a son of politicians who was accused of hurting Hindu sentiments in jokes Farooqui apparently did not utter. So subsequently, police admitted that they had no evidence of the performance. We have also seen there was a case of Stan Swami, a 23-year-old Jesus priest and human rights activist in India, who died in custody in 2021 while awaiting trial on counter-terrorism charges, has been held up as an example of discrimination against India's religious minority. And then fourth would be caste discriminations. Caste discrimination is also a serious violation of human rights in India. The victims of caste discriminations are routinely denied access to water, school, health services, land, employment. As per National Crime Record Bureau, the atrocity and the crime against scheduled caste has increased by 1.2% in 2021. And it is the same case with scheduled tribe. It has increased by 6.5% in 2021. There were few cases of atrocities. For example, the murder of Akshay Baloria of Nanded district of Maharashtra. He was beaten and stabbed to death by 7 upper caste men for celebrating Dr. Ambedkar's birth anniversary. And the second case was murder of Indra Meghwal of Jalore district of Rajasthan, a 9-year boy. He was assaulted by a teacher after touching a pot of drinking water.
Just wind up in half a minute.
Okay, ma'am. Okay. Meant only for the upper caste, which led to his death after 24 days. So I will strictly go to that. I have discussed the problems. Now there are also measures which are being taken by government. Firstly, the legal measures. We have Protection of Human Rights Act, which ensures the protection of human right in India. Then also we have establishment of National Human Rights Commission, which is the watchdog body which ensure the protection of human rights. And on also National Human Day, 10th of December 2022, this commission also took pride in the fact that it has disposed of 20 lakh cases and awarded 205 crore to the victim of violations. And other than this, we also have constitutional measures, for example, fundamental rights, which are given under Part 3 of the Constitution, and also the directive principles of state policies. Also, we have the role of non-governmental bodies such as Amnesty International India, which raises money to support work, devise campaign strategies, and develop tools to spread the word, encourage journalism to cover human rights issues. And also we have one NGO called Chetna, which is working to address the issues of women health and development in different stages of their life from a rights perspective. So these were all the problems and the various measures. Now, what are the steps which need to be taken? Firstly, working towards having a uniform civil code from women perspective to enable them to have equal rights irrespective of their religion, to ensure a secular justice system. Also, we need to handle the cases of child sexual abuse, including by developing a mandatory gender-sensitive training module for the medical students on treating and examining victims of child sexual abuse. Also, government and non-government organizations should encourage awareness campaigns regarding the legal and non-legal provisions available for the common people of this country to ensure the protection of human rights holistically. So the findings have given us that people are still deprived of their basic rights. Even after 75 years of independence, we are still grappling with the issue of social gender inequality. Diversity of our society is leading to discrimination and violence amongst various communities on the basis of religion, class, caste. So we have seen that states in like Uttar Pradesh, Rajasthan, Maharashtra, Madhya Pradesh, they are more exposed in case of violations of human rights. So in the concluding remarks, I would say that upholding and protecting human rights by each and every country is a continuous process that requires social transformation, effective implementation of laws with the active participation of all the stakeholders. The challenges are manifold, But so are the opportunity for the progress. As India continues to grow and evolve, the protection of human rights will remain an integral part of its development narrative. India aims to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals by 2030. Few of them I have given here, such as no poverty, no hunger, good health and well-being, quality education, gender equality, reduced inequalities, which directly deals with the protection of human rights. To fulfill the goals of just society, we must take steps from all corners to improve the position of human rights in India. So that
Thank
was
you
it.
so
Thank
much.
you so much.
Sorry, we had to cut you short because of paucity of time.
Yeah, ma'am, I have done it. Thank you so much.
The last presenter for today is Dr. Reva Singh, Assistant Professor, Department of Sociology, Amity Institute of Social Sciences. The title of her paper is Human Rights and Persons with Disabilities. 7 minutes.
Thank you, ma'am. So let's just start with what is actually the definition of human rights, as this session is all about human rights, but everybody has their own way of taking up the definition. So let's see how we can define the human rights in a very simple manner. So everybody as a layman, they should also understand, because there is a students crowd. So might be most of the students, they don't know what is actually human rights. So let me just give you a brief definition about human rights. So human rights are freedoms such as life, liberty, security, and other guarantees to which people as human have rights. So they are generally understood as claims or entitlements against state, society held equally by all persons simply by virtue of the fact that they are human beings. So we are going to define human rights are those conditions of life which allow to realize our full potential to develop such qualities of intelligence and spirituality, such as an environment we have respect and protect that dignity, of which persons reject stereotypical views of individual. Human rights is not an abstract concept. It's for lawyers and philosophers. Human rights affect the daily lives of every man, woman, and child in the society. So basically, I'm going to talk about in my paper, that is human rights and persons with disabilities. Okay, so all of us, we talk about the human rights, but what about the people who don't know how to avail those rights? For those students, so I won't use the word disabled again and again. For them, I'll be using as a special, because these people are special for us. If they have been taken away with some body parts, but they have something special within them so that they are able to cope up with the nature they are in. So here I'll be talking human rights are the subject of international concern and their advocates and guardians to exercise prolific influence across the geographical and cultural boundaries. The concept of human rights became a stone of post-World War General Assembly of United Nations adopted Universal Declaration on Human Rights in December 10th, 1948. So disability, which is evolving concept, has arisen from the two worlds like DIS, which is negative term, and ability, which means person can do anything. So as I have mentioned here, this means negative. So that's the reason why I'll use special children. Okay. So disability in general, which is understood by our society, is that person is dependent on the others, and this is somehow affected their quality in the society and somehow discriminated against them by not allowing them to become independent on or even in one or the other way. So, but persons with disabilities include those who have long-term physical, mental, intellectual, and sensory, which is the interaction with various barriers may hinder their full and effective participation in the society on an equal basis with others, which also become a barrier for the independence of a person, and due to which person always has to be dependent on the others. So I'll just leave because as the time is running away. So we will just see how human rights, what are the types of disability in our society? First is vision empowerment. It refers to the people who are blind or who have partial vision. Deaf or hard hearing, that is, people who are hard of hearing may have a range of strategies and equipment, including speech, lip reading, writing notes, hearing aids, or sign of language interpretation. Mental health conditions, that is, mental illness is general term for a group of illness that can affect the brain or body for somehow both. These illness which include depression, anxiety, etc., affect the way of a person thinks, feels, and acts. Intellectual disability, the person who has limitations in the skills needed to live and work in the society, including difficulties with communication, self-care, social skills, safety, directions, are said suffering from intellectual disability. Then acquired brain injury, that it refers to any type of brain damage that occurs after birth. It may occur due to the infection, injury, trauma, etc. Physical disability. It also, if some aspects of a person physical functioning, basically their mobility, stamina is affected, then the person is suffering from physical disability. Now we'll talk here basically the disability laws and the role of judiciary in India. The Constitution of India was formed keeping in mind that the ad which applies to every legal citizens of India, whether they are healthy or disabled. Under the Constitution, disabled have been guaranteed the following fundamental rights. It secures the citizen, including the disabled, a right, justice, liberty through expression, belief, faith, and worship, equality of the status and the opportunity. Article 51, that is, the government do not discriminate any person, including disabled, on the ground of the religion, race, caste, sex, place of birth. Article 15, that is 2, that states no person, including disabled, shall be subjected to any disability, liability, restrictions, or conditions or any other grounds of the matter of the access, public shops, restaurants, hotels, etc. It ensures that no person, including the disabled, irrespective of this belongingness, can be treated as to be untouchable. Every person, including the disabled, has a life, liberty guaranteed. They can be no traffic in human beings, including disabled and beggars. Other form of forced labor is prohibited. So same is made to be punishable according with the law. It prohibits employment of the children, including the disabled people. The age of 14 years of the work in any factory or mine is engaged in other hardness employment. It guarantees to every citizen, including disabled, the right of the freedom of religion. Every disabled person, like the non-disabled, has a freedom to conceive, the practice, and propagate his religion subject to proper order, morality, and the health. No disabled person can be compelled to pay any taxes for the promotion and the maintenance of any particular region and the religious group. So every disabled person, like non-disabled, on attainment of 18 years of age, become eligible inclusion of this name in the general electoral roll of the territory constituency to which he belongs. So this is all there, and there are a lot of education, non-discrimination, employment, which is all talking about this to the disabled people. For this is special. So I just want to highlight with one of the example which I've seen in the International Habitat Center. I used to visit that place. There is one restaurant that is called Ethiopia. I don't know whether it's functioning because after the COVID, it has stopped functioning. So it was after I just got to know that it's under construction. I don't know whether it's again resumed with the functioning or not. But I used to see when I used to go, I found there were a team of the people who was serving the foods. Some were deaf and they were using the sign language.
So this is one place where I have seen that disabled people are also can be live the normal lifestyle. And they are coming into the picture where they are actually not discriminated and people don't make fun of them. So this is the way we should practice and even see, even they are also the part of the society. When they are also the part of the society, so they also should get the rights which they can hold. So thank you for this.
Thank you so much, Reva ma'am. With this, the last presenter has already shared the presentation. I would request our chair, Professor Subhash, to put a few observations of all the presentation.
Thank you very much. Good evening, all. First of all, I want to congratulate Amity University, the Vice Chancellor, and the organizing team of the seminar. Nicely organized international conference on social and political institutions, human rights, and global justice perspective from India and Europe. Very lengthy session. This was the technical session number 3rd. And I think 9 papers were presented in this session. The variety of papers from Ayushi Dayal, that is cultural rights, India and Europe. Other one is Dr. Amit Dal, the law machinery as a protector of human rights. And Dr. Vikas Kumar from Chandigarh, and status of human rights in higher education. That is status of human rights education in higher education institutions. Then we have Soysa Singh Issar, tackling human rights issues in the domain of bioethics, different topic. And one topic also, Saloni Tomar, challenges of human rights in India. And then we have Paramdeep Kaur from Chandigarh, International Conventions on Human Rights. The one also a good paper, that is Astha Misra, Dr. Astha Misra, Philosophical Dimensions of Human Rights. And Bindu Dogra ma'am and Sushmita Thakur from Chandigarh also, that human rights challenges and opportunities. And last, that human rights special case of human rights, that is disabled persons. So variety of papers and variety of knowledge, variety of information we gather. I congratulate again and thank you very much that Amity University honor us as a chair of this session. I congratulate also Madam Monica Gupta from Delhi University. She nicely chaired, the co-chaired the session, and rapporteur ma'am, Ganguly ma'am, I think, rapporteur of the session, and one is, I think we have rapporteur, Sharlene Paul. Okay. So all are congratulations again. Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you. This is from my side. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. We would like to invite our co-chair, Dr. Monica Gupta, to share her observations.
Very good evening. I do realize that we are almost towards the end of the first day. And first and foremost, congratulations to the entire panel of speakers that we had. Just as dynamic the theme of the conference is, similarly the paper presentations were equally dynamic. So congratulations to all the paper presenters. And sir, thank you for being the chair of this session and chairing this session along with me. It was wonderful to meet you today. And thank you to the phenomenal moderator that we had, Dr. Ganguly. You have been really managing the time very well. And the rapporteur, Ms. Shelley, thank you for everything. I wouldn't summarize what sir has already discussed about the paper presentations, but with all the little exposure and experience that I had, there are these 3 things that I would like to point out, and that I believe that it would help all the budding presenters in the auditorium and also the other presenters who can benefit from these suggestions, that whenever you are presenting, please remember 3 things. the first thing that in your presentation, the most important thing is the findings. And when I say the findings of your presentation, it has to be innovative, it has to be solution centric, and it has to give something new to your paper, right? So we had some really good presentations bringing a feminist perspective and the new philosophical dimensions of human rights, and also the relevance of human rights education. So that was something new and innovative that we actually gained. So first and most thing, the findings. Second, that whenever you are reading from the presentation or from the PowerPoint, that basically disconnects you from the audience, right? So make sure that whenever you are reading or expressing, your PowerPoint should not be bombarded with just so many things on the screen. It has to be very crisp and very clear and very connective in terms of, how you're connecting with your audience. And third and last are the 3 C's: clarity, confidence, and content, that you need to keep in mind while you're presenting. And I think with that, you'll be able to really enhance your presentation a lot more. On that note, thank you to the organizers for having me as the session co-chair. It was wonderful being at Amity once again. Thank you.
Thank you so much to our co-chair and our chair, who has done a wonderful job of assessing and listening to so many presentations across the concept of human rights. I would now request our chair, Professor, please felicitate the offline presenters. The online presenters will get the certificates. Yeah. So Professor Subhash will be feliciting. And then Dr. Monica Gupta can also join, both of them can do it. We would first invite Dr. Amit Dhal to collect the certificate, who has spoken on the topic, evaluation of mechanisms for human rights protection, including monitoring bodies and redressal. Thank you so much, sir. Next, we invite Ms. Ayushi Dahal, who spoke on the topic Cross-Cultural Perspective on Human Rights, a Comparative Study of India and Europe. Congratulations. We next invite Ms. Saloni Tomar and Mr. Satish Kumar Gupta, whose paper was titled The Challenges Behind the Implementation of Human Rights and Social Justice. Congratulations. We then invite Dr. Asta Mishra, who spoke on the philosophical demandingness of human rights. Congratulations. We then invite Dr. Reva Singh, who spoke on human rights and persons with disabilities. Thank you so much. We would like to felicitate our chair. So I would invite Dr. Reva Singh to felicitate our chair for today, Professor Subhash DGC. Thank you so much, sir, for being part of this session. I would like to invite myself, Dr. Anna, to felicitate Dr. Priyanka Gupta for co-chairing this session. Thank you so much. This has been a wonderful experience, and we had more than 10 papers. Yes. So I would like to invite all the organizing members and the participants who are offline. Please come here. We would like to have a quick photograph. Everyone, all the participants of this international conference committee, and participants and presenters. Saloni ma'am, please come here. You all please come here. So we shall have a group photograph as we are closing the last day, first day of the session.
Sorry, before we go for this group photograph, can I invite Asta, Dr. Asta ma'am, to please felicitate our moderator for today, Anna ma'am. Thank you, all the students. You were too good for this session. Thank you for. Ajay, please come jaldi. Yeah.
So we close day one. Thank you so much.
Before you guys leave,
We would like our guests today to go for tea, high tea,
that's
at
in
venue
F3 foyer,
F3 foyer.
where we had the lunch.
The paper presenters, the organizing committee and the guest chair and co-chair kindly join for high tea at F3 foyer.